Hello. We are back. Make sure all this is on. Let's see. Oh, hey, good. Trials on here. Honestly, I would probably want to get the other ones done first, though. Okay. But to, like, teleport, the way shrine's right down there. I mean, I try to do a trial every weekend anyway. I mean, at the very least one. At, like, optimally, a lot more.
Doubt me if you like, but even Gasmod's eyes have blind spots.
3 rolls beside.
Disrupting prayers.
So, I have news. It's potentially good news, but I don't know yet. And I'm probably going to be mentioning this a lot this weekend, but I've been trying to get a week off for my vacation, and I've been really nervous about asking for it for a lot of different reasons. Hold on. Is there a pack merchant here? We don't have a pack merchant here.
Stop wasting moon sugar.
They say, can you give me a name? Yeah, someone says there's one in Mistral, but I can't find it. I can't find a pack merchant. Guild trader? Grocer, chef, general goods merchant, banker, blacksmithing, clothing, clothier, leather worker, armor, weaponsmith, woodworker, carpenter, woodworking station. Oh, yeah. Okay, so yeah, I've been trying to score a
Could we just
vacation,
and enjoy the view?
and I've been really nervous about asking because of our staffing issues. And I think it's a good thing I didn't ask because of the staffing issues. They are numerous, but we managed to get these positions filled up, and on top of that, we seem to know about some more flexes now, I guess. At least I do. So I decided to take advantage of this moment of peace, and I said, I've been wanting to ask, but I've been holding off because of all the chaos.
Old Nebula has a curious feel about it.
And it really wasn't much of a, you know, it didn't really take convincing. He was just kind of like, well, he did say as long as it's not next month. And I was thinking, I wanted to do next month. And I said, I could reschedule for the second week of July. which is not optimal, but I could. Which is true. I do not want to take the first week off. So, he said, as long as it's not June, unless you're talking about the final week of June. And I said, oh yeah, no, that's what I was hoping for. That's like exactly what I was hoping for, was the last week of June. I wouldn't even imagine anything sooner than that. It's way too recent. So, it seems like the last week of June might be what we're looking for. I put in my official request. My position, I think, is way easier to fill than the other position that we were trying to fill. So, here's hoping. So, during that time, I know last time I did a week-long... A week-long. I mean, like a 12-hour long. I don't know if I'm going to do that this time. It might happen on accident. Just by, like, reasoning that I have more time. But I'm not going to, like, do an event for it. Hi, Leaf. How you doing? But I'm going to be trying to stream every single day during my vacation.
Delicate?
No, not week.
Mashing.
Not week. No one would listen to me for a week. I mean, like, my 12-hour stream was hard enough. I'm not gonna say, like, I don't want to give the impression that my 12-hour stream was... Oh, hi, Craze! Did I say that? I'm tired. I don't want to give the impression that I didn't like my 12-hour stream. Because I did like it. I just felt like I was... I hurt my back, for one thing, because of my positioning, my posture. And also, I wasn't really talking to anyone for most of it. So, it kind of came off as more like a filibuster than an enjoyable stream. I liked it. It's just that now I know how to better approach it, right? It's a learning experience. You wouldn't be there consistently, or constantly, but in the early morning, and at night you probably show up. I am tired. I got like 6 hours, maybe, of sleep. I guess I'm more fatigued than I am tired. But, like, yeah. I spent a lot of time in VR.
Don't forget to check for bugs.
I, made a post on Twitter that I only just now opened up Twitter because I got home. And I see that the post has exploded to 300 likes. It's not really the post that I would have wanted to get to 300 likes. Because there's a lot of comments, and I feel like it's gonna be a headache filtering through every comment. I always find a bunch of chests here when I'm not looking for chests. Anyway, yeah, the post... Actually, let me turn on my lights. The post was essentially... me, like... making fun of people who didn't accept, like, Athelia as a Daedric prince and things like that. And that's, like, opening a can of worms, I feel like. Because if you've got, like, oh, I make a post and it gets, like, 25, 50 likes, I'm like, okay. That's normal. If it gets to be a lot of likes and then retweets, then it starts to get a bit concerning, because once you leave the ESO fanbase and you merge into the Elder Scrolls fanbase, things get really, really hairy. And it scares me. So I'm scared.
That should come in handy.
Okay, I'm gonna do the furnishings now. At my actually, you know what? I want to show you guys something. Maybe I should go over the comments on stream. I don't know. I just saw a lot of them. I saw bits and pieces of them. It'll be like those, what is it? Is it Wired? They like do the ask this person questions. Ask a lore nerd Elder Scrolls questions. Of course, I'm not the best person to ask, so. So, my good friend Cammy, was kind enough to earn enough vouchers to buy me a scribing altar, which is very, very sweet, and I appreciate it. So I put the scribing altar in the side room that I wasn't using, off of my library. You like it? Look at this. Yeah. Look, I can actually make things. I can do architecture, guys. So basically, I have the scribing altar here, but what gives the room a lot of its color is actually my classic Meridia's orb inside of an object idea, right? So I put the orb on blue and then put it in that crystal, and then had it, you know, over here with this crystal, and so it just kind of makes this really bright blue glow, like all magic-y. So yeah. Morning, nice day for fishing. It should be nice day for fishing, ain't it? Ow. Oh, mate, I was here to do the courtyard furnishings. That's right. What's a courtyard furnishing? Okay. What's closest? The Breton Wells closest. Where is that? Oh, is this it over here? Yeah, that's it. See, I store a lot of stuff here. I cannot wait for the update. Okay. To Praglord. Okay, so I'm gonna look at some of these comments here. Basically, the post says, you know, I'm mocking people who say Athelia can't be a Daedric prince. We already knew all the princes, etc., etc. And so let's see what this comment says here. Hold on, let me, Imperial Knowledge is here. I've helped Imperial Knowledge with a couple of his videos. I just happened to once more grade people for lore licenses, but those people probably won't be able to get one and fail the exam. I didn't even take an exam. Here's Time Dragon. Says, how can they all serve as foils when there are 17, now 18 Daedric princes, and there's only like 8 plus 2 plus 1 Aedra. Right, yeah. But I have heard that stated before. Like, oh, the Daedric princes are foils for the Aedra. No, that's not how it works. But I have heard that before. Zarek So in universe, which matters very little since each game retcons the previous one. Not true. I don't agree with that. This patently false. In universe, limiting the Critoscope by saying this is the only continent. This is how race acts this way. It's just bad world building. Yeah, I mean that's why they never stated it. Benefactors here wait until they learn of the 19 Voids, Deadlight, countless lesser known Aedra. I don't know about the 19 Voids. What are the 19 Voids? I mean, I know the Void in general. 12 Worlds of Creation. 36,000 realms and pocket realms. But I do, this is kind of what I was thinking, though. Yang Fin, people are just angry because it breaks their headcanon and damages their feeling of superiority. Like Oblivion Skyrim Online is not canon because it breaks Morrowind Oblivion Skyrim lore, which is a confusing thing to say. But we know there are other continents. Right. But they're saying like if a work of fiction was to limit themselves by saying this is the only continent and like, you know, Planet of Hats, this entire race acts this way. They're saying that if fiction makes that claim, then that's just bad world building. I don't think they're saying that Elder Scrolls acts that way. I think that they're saying, like, that's how a lot of people view Elder Scrolls lore, is they view it way too static. And they misunderstand. But as long as we're on that comment, I do not agree with each game retcons the previous one. I think that's a very... I mean, like Morrowind and Oblivion, there were a lot of retcons in terms of like, oh, the Aelids, we don't know what they are. Yeah, we do. But people talk way too much about the retcons to the point where I don't even think they understand what has been stated in the games and what hasn't. They've probably been consuming so much content over the course of many years. I don't know. Lore should always be in flux because it can always be added onto. It gets boring too. For example, like there's Argonian cultures that, at least one Argonian culture that we know of, that has a written out creation myth, right? And it's like, oh, it doesn't make any sense. Argonians don't record their history, and it's like, yeah, but this tribe did because it was different. Because you can't just say that an entire race acts the exact same way, but you can say in general, like, okay, yeah, in general that's how it works. So, all right, going to the next one. Also, my license. Hey, I have that too. I guess I do have a license. I think I showed that on stream once. Told Aelids they will be extincted, they got banished and left forgotten. I don't really know what that means. What does that mean? Can anyone really figure out what that comment means? I told Aelids they will be extincted. They got banished and left forgotten. I mean, like, are they talking about the Barsabics for some reason? Or are they talking about the Marukati, like, Alessian Order uprising? Even so, I'm still not entirely sure. Oh no, wait! I think they're saying Aelids told Aelids no. I think they're saying Ethelia told the Aelids they'll get extinct, and then Ethelia got banished and left forgotten. I'm not entirely sure. I don't remember Ethelia mentioning that the Aelids would get extinct, but I need to do the main story again. That's definitely what they're talking about. So they're kind of like talking about Ethelia. Daedric Prince of Glass Ceilings. I get the glass thing, but my only issue is how they're going to explain her never being mentioned in the other games. Like, is she going to be sealed away and forgotten? Note, I have yet to play Gold Road, took a break after Necrom, and I'm only getting back into the game with a new character. Now, how do you have an issue? I'm sorry. I don't want to be mean, but like, how do you have it? It's like that. It's like, you ever see that post where the guy is like saying, I was watching this movie and this couple was in the audience, and the girlfriend was asking like, who's that guy? You know, what's going on here? Why is this happening? And the guy's like, it's a movie. You watch it and information is revealed. You know? Like stuff happens. You just gotta watch the movie. I don't... How is that an issue? I don't know. I'm confused. It's okay. Moving on from that. But I'm glad they're getting back into the game. I hope they do Gold Road. And I hope they do the final story. Shannon Maddox. Isn't Daedric Prince more like an earned position anyways? Like, if a normal old scamp went to amass enough power and or influence, couldn't it be considered a Daedric Prince? So in theory, there's an unknowable amount of Daedra out there. Yeah, I know they do, but that's what I mean, though. It's like, how do you have an issue? You haven't finished watching the movie. Daedric Prince, it varies. Like, the term Daedra is a very, very loose term. Like, Daedra, for, like, most, I think, scholars, is a term that's used for, like, these beings, these entities that did not participate in the creation of the Mundus, and therefore they're Daedric, because they are not related, and therefore they're not our ancestors, right? So by definition, yeah. In terms of a Daedra getting so powerful enough they become a prince, I don't actually quite know. But in Athelia and Meridia's cases, they did earn the actual position of Daedric Prince. I guess it's probably because I think of it as like, because the coruscation still exists within, like, the Mundus and the Void, and they did not participate in the creation of it, they are considered Daedra because they did not actually contribute. But when you read, like, the 9 coruscations, it feels like they did contribute. So I'm not entirely sure. It's also like at what point do Daedra get their Nimics, right? I guess you maybe just get one if you ascend. A lot of Daedra's Nimics in total are kind of their base code, and it kind of makes it seem like you could not ascend to a greater Daedra because your position is your position. Your Nimic is your Nimic. So I don't really know if you could climb the ranks. I could be wrong, though. There are some comments on this, so let's see what people have to say here. Infinite lesser Daedra, that's true. Only a few Daedric princes, you're not completely against a new prince, but there aren't infinite princes. It's true. I mean, there probably aren't infinite princes, but I can definitely... If like, the Elder Scrolls 6 or 7 was like, there's another prince, I would have been like, I'd be like, okay, that's fine with me. I don't think there's infinite princes, no, but I think that it would be very likely there's more. In fact, I theorize that every coruscation might even be a Daedric prince of sort. But, are there examples of this? I thought the Daedric princes were Aedra that chose to enter the mortal realm. Haven't brushed up on Elder Scrolls lore in forever. So, like, I wish these were, like, comments on my actual chat. But, like, again, yeah, Daedric princes were, like, are beings that didn't participate in creation that are wanting to intervene in the mortal realm. They exist in the void, and they want to consistently poke at what they didn't make, you know? It's basically like... I always think of the Daedra, at least the most basic of the princes, as like these beings that didn't want to participate in a group project, right? So you get a group project in school, and you're paired with James and Larry and Sally, and they never want to do any work, right? They don't do anything in class, so you end up having to, like, you and your two friends end up having to work on the group project yourself. You put in all your effort, you put in all your strength. Literally, you are basically in your project because of how much it reflects you, right? It's an act of creation. Your classmates didn't participate. I'm surprised it took this long for her to start talking about this.
What do you
So, essentially the Daedra are the ones that did not participate in the project, but they still want credit, and they still want to treat it like it's their own. So, but it's not. Right.
better find a
That's
way
kind
to
of
deliver
that's kind of the general nature.
You mean cart the goods up a road that's crawling with sand warriors and wild creatures? To a school where they lob off the heads of the
At the same
uneducated?
time, to your knowledge, there's nothing in the lore that says there couldn't be infinite Daedra Princess. Technically not. I
Someone's bound to show up
suppose.
eventually.
That's a deep thought. But yeah. So Daedra would just be, again, did not actually participate in the group project. They just want to screw with it. Meridia and Malakath aren't even Daedra, they're both former Magna G. I don't really know. Do they mean Dagon? Because even that's kind of a stretch. But I would understand Dagon, but Malakath, I don't know. I've never heard Malakath being called a that's... Magna G and Aedra. Oh, sorry, and Aedra respectively. Okay, because Trinimac. Alright, I was kind of wondering what... Okay, yeah, former Magna G and Aedra. That is correct. That is correct. I shouldn't have... I shouldn't have cut off. I should have finished the movie. My bad. Daedric Princehood is just a title for exceptionally strong beings in control of the plane of Oblivion. Oh yeah, I get you could say that. Yeah, they're kind of made in different ways. Malakath used to be Trinat. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't get to finish. I was like, why are they saying that? I need to redo the orc content that we have. Okay, so moving on. So far, these comments are pretty good, actually. The glass ceiling thing seems a bit misogynistic, but all right, a counterfoil that doesn't make sense. Not in the meta lore, not in the basic in-game mythology lore. Right? See, it's kind of a weird thing, but I've heard it said before, or I've heard it said. Okay. There are as many lesser gods as there are literally stars in the sky. I'm talking about the Magna G, I guess. There is literally conquest. Yeah, and they also use this emoji. I hate this emoji. I literally, like, this, if you see someone use this emoji, it doesn't mean anything, right? But these kinds of people always use this emoji. I've never done this before where I like go through my comments, you know? Okay, we're gonna keep going. I don't think there's that many. There's like 17 prisons and only 8-9 divine. Yeah, see, there's another comment about the Aedra and Daedra not countering each other. I just wish Jigalag would get more representation now that he's free from Sheogorath. I know he also took place before Oblivion. I just mean in future titles. I agree with that. I definitely I hope that they don't shirk Jigalag. I think that Jigalag should get more. He's not like talked about or anything in Skyrim, is he? Like, they don't have a Skyrim quest with Jigalag. Yeah, I think Jigalag's way overdue. I've heard that we shouldn't have another Prince of Fate since Azura is right there. Like Hermes Mora is too, I think. Some of the stuff overlaps. Yeah, they do overlap. It's true. Not only do they overlap, but Azura, Athelia, and Hermes Mora also have another thing in common, and that is they use crescent moon motifs. You'll see a lot of crescent moon motifs in Apocrypha, and you see crescent moon motifs used on Athelia and stuff, and you also see it obviously with Azura. I think that's probably on purpose. I always see that and like, it seems like it means something. But yeah, Hermaeus Mora observes fate, doesn't manipulate it. Azura can, like, prophesize and whatnot. Athelia is a whole other thing. Athelia is a whole other business. That's why Mora went after Athelia and not Azura. A lot of the princes overlap. Scott said historically IRL. So Azura and Athelia being Prince of Fate can be a case of them being Prince of some specific aspect when it comes to Fate. Yeah, so like Azura's like prophecy and Athelia's like, you know, more in tune with the essence of many paths. These are good discussions. 100%. I guess they agree with me. I'm going to like their comment because they agree with me. As any sane person would do. How's that wrong, though? 8 spokes, 9 for Talos, 16 space... Okay, oh, that's what they mean by the 16 voids. Oh, no, I thought it was 19. Anyway. Then we got some Godhead stuff. Okay, so this word here already tells what kind of person we're dealing with. But no. I mean, like... Why? Like, what? We're talking about 16 spaces, but there's not, like, hold on, let's go through. We're dealing with, let's see, Azura? Tell me if I'm missing. Azura, Mephala, Malakath. No, I'm not gonna be able to keep track with my hands. Hold on, we're gonna need to, like, let's do, give me a second. Jaggalo's not mentioned at all in Skyrim? Yeah, that's kind of weird. So yeah, I mean, like, we're dealing with 1, 2, 3, 4, I mean, like, all of them, and, yeah, 18. So that means even by default, if you want to take into account Gigalag, they've already fucked up their own representation. And they're saying, even if you're using, unless you're using recent ESO lore, I mean, like, no, see, they're already wrong. 16 spaces, but we're already dealing with 18 princes. So it just doesn't line up. They're really simplifying it, though. Don't forget, kids, Sisyphus is the coolest. Sisyphus is not a Daedric prince. That is not how it works. Sisyphus is neither a Daedra nor a god. That is correct. Oh, hold on. Princes were never fouls of the Aedra. Talos didn't exist at the beginning. Unless they're gonna, like, claim that Talos is some kind of recontextualization of Lorcon, which they might do. This is getting a little bit too messy for me here. This is going way too back and forth. But essentially, if you want to see the spaces, what you might want to do is you might want to see the spaces they're not as realms. Like, there's not 16 realms of Oblivion. That's just not it. Like there are so many realms of Oblivion, it would make you go bonkers. What you might want to do is you might want to recontextualize the 16 spaces as aspects, potentially. Like, you might want to see, for example, like we were talking about, Azura and Athelia might be part of the same space because they both harness the aspect of fate, for example. They're looking a little bit too simple in this way. Also, Sisyphus is not a Daedric prince. Athelia was kind of foretold by Kirkbride. If you're willing to connect the dots, Athelia was probably the same as Magna G named Metal Lee. It's been established this is possible with Meridia being a Magna G. Wait, do they not know? Wait, did they not know that? Are they saying, like, what are they saying, connect the dots? It's literally in a book. It's in the 9 Coruscations Part 2. Ah, shit, I was kicked. I'm gonna tell him Exthelia, the Prime Archon. It was Magna G, yes. According to the 9 coruscations. I'm just gonna say in general, because like the book's in 2 parts, but who cares? Maybe I'm understanding them, because it seems like, I mean, it's not like I'm saying, oh, how'd they guess that? I think that they might know, but they're like making a different argument. But if they are guessing and they don't know that Athelia used to be a Magna G, I don't want to brag, but I also did. I put that in my predictions on Twitter. I said, you know what? I think she's a Magna G. Because I saw the Meridia motifs. There was a huge Meridia connection.
And what exactly am I supposed to do with a wagon full of goods and no one to buy them, huh?
Hashtag Weather was right.
What do you usually do?
Now, this goes along the same lines of, I was making a post on Blue Sky where I mentioned that, I made a mention that, oh, hey, the Hiss depicts Sithis as a humanoid form. If you notice, they have humanoid statues and skulls, and it's kind of like, well, why'd they do that?
Let's go!
And, I've had a lot of people theorizing why the Hiss would do that, and it's obviously a very conscious choice, right? There's not lizard skulls everywhere, it's humanoid skulls. And I've got my own theories for it. But, I did have someone claim that they felt that the writers had screwed up things. Because they said that, technically, because the Hiss would know Sithis' nature first thing, they wouldn't have portrayed Sithis as a death god and then changed their minds later on. And they were like, I think the writers messed up. And I really wanted to discuss that this weekend. I wanted to discuss the concept of people engaging with bad faith when it comes to writing. This is a really easy to explain example. Because in this case, it's very obvious to see the writers 100% know what they're doing, because they literally invented the Duskfall stuff, so they knew what was up. They didn't, it wasn't an accident. And so basically, I've been thinking about, why. My theory for a while has been that the idea behind portraying Sithis as a dangerous death god, and then kind of changing to a more nuanced version of Sithis. My reasoning for that is because I think that it might possibly be the Hiss were basically trying to not necessarily appease Sithis, but invoke Sithis by essentially shattering all of Argonian civilization. I mean, look at Dagon, right? That's what Dagon does. Dagon just tears everything to pieces. And Dagon is literally like an embodiment of change. So, just basically I'm saying the Hiss lied about Sithis so that they could tell the truth about Sithis so that the apocalypse could happen. Therefore, they're basically making everything change with a capital C. They're doing it, they did it all on purpose. They're like, we will invoke Sithis by making things change. So, that's a theory I have. Basically, there's a lot of puzzle pieces to mysteries like this, and whenever people immediately go to, the writers don't know what they're doing, I find it disappointing. It's like, as soon as you do that with anything, you're immediately like, you're taking yourself out of the whole project, and you no longer engage with it. You've instead turned it into, how can I study the developers of this thing? And I think that's important for maybe how a game works mechanically. But if you're looking at a story, you don't necessarily. It's not like say Tolkien writes a really sad scene or something. You know, he writes a really sad part of the Lord of the Rings, and then you're like, Jesus, what was going on in Tolkien's life? He must have been really sad. It's not. Look, just get into the story. Look at the story. Look at the themes that are being presented. Look at the puzzle pieces being put in front of you. Don't think about... I mean, I'm not saying, like, don't think if there's plot holes. Because at some points there are plot holes. You know, in Morrowind, when they said that, the Aelids, we don't know what they are. And then Oblivion's like, no, we know what they are. You can't explain that. Right? I mean, you could explain that. You could say that the author was maybe an idiot, I guess, but you can't really explain that away. In that case, you can see 100% that the authors of the games kind of just decided to retcon. In the case of the Duskfall, it's 100% on purpose. Like, there's no way. There's so much going on with it.
Shut up, or I will shut you
I
up.
even have a Duskfall fact coming out this weekend.
Render mortal cities to dust. Devour your glittering towers
To
and
oblivion
primeval
the lot
growth.
of you and your damned serpent.
Oh boy. So yeah. There's a place where I feel like people just don't engage in good faith, and then there's places where people just, they understand that, like, oh, that's a plot hole, or something like that. Basically, there's a lot of places where things cannot be plot holes. And on that note, I had another thing in the same vein happen a while ago, pertaining to the Celestials. And of course, we're fighting the serpent right now, so this is relevant. I had heard from someone, not gonna say who, but it wasn't you. I had heard that the ESO writers, like, screwed up the Celestials because they're like, if they knew anything about the stars, they wouldn't have written the Celestials because they don't make any sense if you know everything about the stars. The fact is, we don't know everything about the stars, for one. To even claim that you know everything about blank, I can't think of anything in the Elder Scrolls that I could say we know everything about blank, because that's kind of an arrogant statement. But, like, yes, the nature of the stars is that they are portals to another world, essentially, created by the Magna G, and I've spoken about this. But we also know the stars have attributes pertaining to prophecy, pertaining to, you know, specific Magna G, like Nana-Li, things like that. They have other properties other than just being holes. Do I believe that some portals could potentially share a consciousness? Like, in the form of a purely magic being like the Magna G? Yes. I do believe that could be a possibility. I think that is probably the nature of these Celestials, whether or not they were created by the needs, or whether or not they were already existent and they were mantled. They do exist. As you can see, we're dealing with one right now. So that's the thing, though. It's like, you could just go, ESO writers don't know what they're doing, and then you immediately don't want to engage. But if you actually look around, you're like, no, this could work. Because scholars in the Elder Scrolls, right, like, if you're within Tamriel and you're a scholar, if they had the excuse of going, oh, this doesn't make any sense, it must be a plot hole, then they wouldn't be looking through all these puzzles, would they? you need to think like a scholar within the universe, or you're not gonna get anywhere. And that must be the worst. I cannot imagine living like that. Like, I've had so many fun thoughts thinking about the Celestials and how they're different. But yes, I can imagine that some people would probably conflate this with excusing a bunch of plot holes. But I literally don't think, like, the Elder Scrolls writers would do something where it's like, oh shit, we forgot about the nature of stars, my bad. We completely forgot. It's not like we have a whole library of information in front of us. Nope, we're just stupid writers. So yeah, it's just... And it's kind of the same thing where everyone talks about things like retcons that aren't actually retcons. Though there are some retcons that I've found. Some people just don't know what a plot hole is. Yeah, it's also because some people just also don't know the lore as well. But some people do know the lore even better than me and make these kinds of comments. And what I'm trying to say is, I think they should utilize their knowledge to theorize how it makes sense. Right? I mean, like, recently, there was a, like, you know, my brother's a huge Star Wars fan. There was a thing in the TV show Andor that conflicted with a comic that existed already. And Star Wars is really big on maintaining a very solid canon and not changing things at all. And so this tiny change that Andor made has pretty much sent the entire fandom in a tizzy of like, is this canon? What's going on? And so basically what they have to do is they have to figure out a way to make it work. And it's really, really hard because Star Wars is a God's Eye view franchise, right? It's a franchise where you can literally see events happen in comics and books. That's not generally how Elder Scrolls plays out. Elder Scrolls is very much like, we will give you a book in universe that someone wrote about this thing. And that is why a lot of stuff is unreliable narrator. But in the same vein, that doesn't mean that things should be ignored as all nonsensical. It just means that that the world of the Elder Scrolls is very much like our real world, where you're gonna read stuff that morons write. You're gonna not understand things like what's the nature of this particle? It doesn't make any sense. Things like that. You need to keep looking. Imagine if we could just say, I think this is a plot hole in the universe. You know? You just keep digging, and I think that to see people not dig in such a rich franchise like the Elder Scrolls, it makes me sad. It's like there's so much rich mystery, and you're abandoning the mystery entirely by saying, I think the writers screwed up. Like, what a waste! What an absolute waste! Like, what else are you doing in the franchise? You know, like, I don't know. I like trying to solve mysteries. Like, for example, we've got the Serpent Constellation here. Now, the Serpent Constellation seems to be an ascended need from a very long time ago. We even know his name as Malazar, who I think might have influenced the name for my Baldur's Gate character, and I didn't even realize it, but it's spelled differently, but whatever. So Malazar seems to have been his original name, whether it be he was a Need or something else, but I'm pretty sure it makes sense that he was a Nedic person, because we know that through Nirncrux this ascension process can happen. We don't know if the ascension process is creating a divine, like, entity, or if it is mantling a divine entity. We do not know. But we can put together various things about this entity by looking around and looking at the nature of the serpent, you know? the nature of the Serpent Constellation, for example, and how it's different and why it acts the way that it does. I don't. There's just a lot that you can glean from the various bits of information out there. Anyway, I just try to find. I'm just trying to find the best way to describe it without also being like, without sounding like I'll just excuse any plot hole. Because, like, for example, I'll find an asset, right? Like, there's an asset. I remember when I found these Hakoshe lanterns in Undertow Caverns, and I'm like, I literally like spent 2 hours or something trying to figure out if there was some possibility they could be there, because that's what you're kind of supposed to do. It's like, does this make any sense? This was like several years ago, so I don't remember the entire process, but I couldn't make it make sense. So it probably could just be the devs wanting to shove some, you know, assets in there just to kind of take up space. I think that's probably a little bit likely. But in terms of like a big writing decision, like the Duskfall, Ethelia, the Serpent, you can't, like, to take something like that, something so unknowable, something so heavy and rich, and just say, like, they didn't know what they were talking about. I think it's a waste of a perfectly good, endless subject of study. Who's our other support? That guy's name is Thanalan. Isn't that like from Final Fantasy? Why? Hey, oh shit. That's why. I was like, why is that guy looking at me? Have I used Reviving Barrier this whole time? Thanalan is from Critical Role. No. Thanalan. Thanalan. T-H-A-N... Let me try to find it. It's up there. T-H-A-L-A-N-A-N. Thanalan. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have... Ugh. I'm just gonna say here. I was right, Thanalan's from Final Fantasy.
Burn them, Ozara! Burn them to ash!
Oh my god. So because of the whole Star Wars canon thing, it's kind of I guess it's been kind of rocking the fandom. My brother has been like right in the middle of it, and he's having a hard time. I haven't been pushing him about it, but he's having a hard time because he's that wasn't me. He's having a hard time because he's worried that this little incident will get people to desensitize themselves to cannon breaks, and he doesn't want that to happen because he likes it when things are very consistent. And yeah, I get that. I never like said I disagreed with that. I do agree with that. I think that the series should stay consistent. But I guess he's been so distressed lately that he's suddenly been like getting mad at the Elder Scrolls for its breaks. Things like, why do the Argonians look different in one game? Why do the orcs never look the same? And I'm like, I'm not even responding to these texts, by the way. I'm just letting him go. I'm like, what? I'm like, why are you trying to get a reaction out of me? Like, yeah, yes, the designs can be different per game. You know, it's like it's not even really that important. Like, oh, do our Argonians have 3 toes or do they have 4? It doesn't matter. There's so much more going on. But yeah, so yeah, I don't even reply. Thanalan, no. There we go. Yeah, I heard people talk about how, like, oh, the Argonians look different per game because their different histories make them look different. I'm like, yeah, well, I guess technically, yeah, I mean, you could say that, but let's be real. The only one that really got an explanation is the Khajiit. Argonians didn't get that because Argonians changed how they look immediately as soon as Daggerfall came out. The Khajiit did not, right? That's why the Khajiit got the special treatment, is because they essentially were humanoid looking for the longest, and therefore they kind of were a bit more static in the series as being humanoid, and so they needed to find a way to explain that. The Argonians immediately became lizard people, like, as soon as Daggerfall came out. So I don't think they required that same treatment. Obviously, it's just changed in art directions, probably. Yeah, but you see, like, Star Wars doesn't do that, right? He's trying to get me to make a comment about it, and so that he can say, Star Wars doesn't do that, because he's kind of having a Star Wars crisis right now. But I didn't really feel like being handed the reins to his emotional state, so I just don't reply to his messages, because I can already see what he's trying to do. The wows. The typo. So he accidentally opened chat. Well, wows. I mean, orcs don't really ever look different, to be honest. It was weird that he brought up orcs, because orcs kind of look the same. I mean, like, obviously people in Oblivion just look different in general, but orcs didn't have, like, a change. They're all very orcish each time, you know? Okay, can we get rid of this AoE, please?
It is done.
Yeah, no, that's gonna keep spreading. They're in the center here.
He will never return to this plane, but his attention will wander elsewhere. We should depart.
Ah!
By the moons! What happened here?
The apex stone. It sealed the serpent away.
So yeah, when it comes to things like how, like, oh, like, you can tell why the like with the Argonians here, why they immediately just kind of made them lizardly and don't even talk about the humanoid Argonians. It's because, you know, you move on, and that is a writer's thing. I mean, like, I guess you could try to headcanon it if you want. You know, I won't stop you. But I don't think it's a purposeful mystery. We can disagree, but I don't think it's a purposeful mystery. It doesn't, because it's not something that Elder Scrolls really even brings up. Technically, there is like the somewhat humanoid Argonian on the calendar, but I'm pretty sure that just means bipedal.
I never thought I'd live to see it. It's huge.
Turok has
seem bigger.
It's a marvel of Nedic sorcery. Imagine the literal essence of all our troubles in Craglorn trapped in one place. A miracle stone.
Ah, Turok stones are an equal miracle. Admittedly, not Nedic.
You're disgusting.
Turok tries.
Is there an HS, like, in this chest? Like, why does it say heavy sack? That said heavy sack there for a second. Where is it? I am not a smart man. I'm not smart. Oh, there it is. You always thought the non-wizard Argonians in Arena were just Kothringi? You like to think so because it's fun to you? They were kind of gray-skinned, I guess. I think, though, you could just see it as, like, it's why everything in Arena and Daggerfall, you know, looks all blocky. It's like, it's just, it's the limitations of the time. It's just different. I don't really understand how it's difficult to understand. And I don't think it is difficult to understand. I think he probably understands it 100%. He just wants to get me riled up. But it's like, I'm almost 30 years old. I have bigger things to do. Don't project your Star Wars woes on me. Wait, what the heck? This guy's name is Chases Moons, and his username is Weather Song. I'm Chasing Giant Clouds, my username is Weather Dragon. What is happening? What is happening? He says, I like your guild. Okay. I could have sworn I've seen them before. I probably saw them years ago. I mean, like, obviously you can remember, like, if someone has a name that's similar to yours, you tend to remember that, at least, like, if it's a rare name. I recall not his character name at all, but I recall his username, which is so weird. I recall seeing Weather Song before somewhere, like, because, like, I would remember that, but definitely not the character. What if he saw my character and my username and then subconsciously made that character? That's just crazy weird. I could invite him to the guild if he has a space. I mean, actually, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I have that capability. I might not have the honor. So basically, I've been thinking about what that guy said in terms of the spokes on the wheel, right? Because it's a widely accepted spoke. Like, okay, spokes on the wheel. You know, you've got 8 spokes, and then you got the gaps between. Then you turn you turn it to the side, and you see, you know, the name of God, etc. Blah blah. Nah, I can't invite. He's gonna have to sign up himself, but he could. Okay, so, I've been thinking about that. So I was thinking, like, okay, well, how, like, they're essentially saying 8 Aedric gods, with the exception of Talos, and then, because Talos obviously gets, like, the special treatment. And then you would have the spokes, which is each different Daedric prince. However, the space between the spokes would be the Daedric prince, right? So you've got a wheel, and you've got the spokes, and you've got the spaces between them. So I was thinking, like, well, like I said though, you've got 18 princes. You've got you know, you've got your 16, and your classic. You've got Jyggalag, and then you have Ethelia, right? Now, Jyggalag might even be more of an issue than Ethelia for this argument, so I guess technically they should have been pissed about this since 2006. Well, I guess, yeah, probably 06, because that would mean that you could have Jyggalag and Sheogorath existing at the same time, which puts you at 17, and that kind of messes things up a bit. Another counterpoint to this theory is that, you essentially are giving heavy bias towards the imperialized 8 divines, and you're kind of not even noticing other divines by other cultures. Like, sure, you've got divines that have imperialized god parallels, but you've got other ones that just are, like, completely out there. So, in that case, where would you put them, right? It's like, okay, well, why did the imperialized gods get your super special wheel? See, I'm not entirely... I don't have this? I do not have that. So I'm not saying that the wheel theory is wrong. I'm just saying that it might be a bit of a simplification, right? Maybe we should be, like, reassessed into more general ideas. Like, if you've got a couple gods that cover, again, an aspect, maybe that counts itself as a spoke. All dwarven chest armor consists of metal plates of various sizes, affixed to a leather cuirass, thin, flexible leather with a few small plates in case of light armor. The leather becoming thicker, the plates larger and more numerous as the armor gets heavier. The plates are typically geometric in shape and ornamentation. I can send emojis back. Emotes. I don't have a heart. At least not like a custom heart. So this is gonna have to do. I should make more emotes. Let me put that in my notes. I could probably add 1 or 2 more. I've got a lot to do this weekend, but in the future. But yeah, essentially, so my brother had sent me a picture of a lore video, and you know, I don't watch lore videos really. But he sent me one. It was a thumbnail and not the actual video. I think he knows that I wouldn't watch the video. And, it was about, essentially it was about, like, I'm gonna say it's a theory, because, you know, it's never outright said. But it's the Elder Scrolls theory that, you're technically playing as, like, the embodiment of a dead god. I didn't actually click on the video, but I'm going to assume it's probably the Shezarene theory. Essentially, it's the theory that, like, you're the essence of Lorkhan experiencing creation, basically, like, as an extension or an avatar, right? But not in the way that you're actually, like, necessarily that as a whole. For example, if you play Elder Scrolls 3, you play as the Nerevarine, right? And you're essentially Nerevar, you know, like, reincarnated, but you don't know that, right? You're just kind of a guy, but, like, in technical, like, essence / spirit, you're doing things like Nerevar did, and you're essentially like him again. But you don't sit there and go, like, you're reincarnated as an Argonian, you're like, I am Nerevar again. Hi, what's up? It's kind of more like, as you carry yourself along like him, you are him in that sense, and metaphysically. So this theory, I think, kind of works the same way, where I think you essentially, as I described it to Jared, you're not, like, aware, you're not like Lorkhan 100%, you're more like wearing Lorkhan's t-shirt, and you don't really realize it, you know? It's like you've got Lorkhan with you in the sense of being part of creation, defending creation, existing within creation, but you're not sitting there going, like, you don't know it. You are your own person. So it's just kind of more like a metaphysical thing, and not like not something that should necessarily... It's kind of like I said, kind of somewhat like being guided by the Force, but you're not guided by Lorkhan. Lorkhan instead represents kind of like the mixture of chaos and creation. So... You know, theory for Skyrim, the last Dragonborn is Tiber Septim reincarnated. Do all the Talos stuff that's brought up in Skyrim. You don't think that's really the case? Let people play what they want? I mean, I don't... You're not really doing what Tiber Septim... Tiber Septim never fought dragons. I mean, like, what did Tiber Septim do that is anything like the last Dragonborn except be a Dragonborn, you know? Like... Septim tried to kill everyone to get what he wanted. He had a giant robot. I don't see what the reincarnation is. I mean, there's, like, what's the nature? I mean, like, you could say... I mean, like... You're extensions of Ariel, but not... I wouldn't say that you're some reincarnation of Talos or Septim. My god, I can store a lot now. Just wait until I get my hands on that juicy furnishing box. Now, I think... I don't know. These are all very heavy subjects, and you know, at some points I'm going to learn more, at some points I'm going to, maybe it's like, oh, okay, well, I'll change this theory, but at the moment, I don't see how that makes sense. Now, the Shezarene theory, I think makes more sense. I think existing as, like, Lorkhan in spirit, makes a lot of sense. Because you're doing what Lorkhan would want to do, right? Lorkhan was separated from his divine spark, being his heart, and you're kind of like defending you're like basically taking your place as a god by defending the realm. But I don't know. It's all very metaphysical and theoretical, right? It's not something that should be taken 100% as fact, which is why I can't ever watch those videos, right? I just don't know. So it is an interesting idea. So basically, there is a mention of the Shezareen in lore, and that is from I believe the Song of Pelennor, where it is recorded that one of like Pelennar's soldiers, I believe, had called Pelennor the Shezareen. So you're the Shezareen, and then Pelennor. I don't recall how Pelennor reacted, but I believe it was negative, and then that night, that man was smothered by moths, which is a horrifying image, but apparently I don't think Pelennor liked that. Either that or it was like a truth that no one could know. Like, you're not allowed to know that. I mean, like, mods are associated, like, if they were ancestor mods, those are associated with prophecy, you know, and you know, that kind of knowledge, so maybe it was true. Maybe Pelennor was essentially the Shezareen, and every hero that takes place after would be a Shezareen. That would mean that in Elder Scrolls 3, you would be the Shezareen Nerevarine. But yeah, it's very clear by like your character's dialogue and stuff that you wouldn't know that. You're just kind of like a guy that's like, how am I here? What's going on? And shit like that. But yeah, I mean, you'll notice that I don't want to be too generalistic, but like, give me a second. Let me generalize for just a moment. I'm not perfect. I noticed that a lot of like Elder Scrolls fans who are very disagreeable, like things like ESO's not canon, we should all be racist, stuff like that. They tend to use like language. So like I said earlier, when I was looking at my comments, I saw a word that I didn't want on my stream, but there it was. I play Overwatch, you're seeing it anyway. But like, you see this language and you're like, this kind of person, you can tell, does not engage in good faith. They don't actually put a lot of deep thought into it. They approach the lore aggressively and therefore fail as scholars. I just think it needs to be said. You can tell a lot by like the username someone goes with, language they use. You're like, ah shit, you're one of those. Lately, we saw the Elder Scrolls fandom kind of dip a bit into that territory with that viral post by that page about anti-wokeness or whatever that was pointing out the devs that worked on Oblivion Remastered, and they were like, look, they are women, they have colored hair. This is the end of the world. Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be awful. You know, obviously, as like anyone would know if they watched the video. Those devs worked on Oblivion and Morrowind and all that stuff. And so, like, that person knows that, but they don't care. It's a rage post. Unfortunately, a lot of people replied to it, and I did like I think at least one reply is warranted, you know? I think at least telling people, like, once that, like, oh no, these people worked on other games. I think that's important. But doing it too much, essentially, is giving these people the attention that they want. And, you should only need to correct someone once. Very recently, I've delved into the issue we have with, like, trolling and then also actual, evil intent. And I believe that there's a there's not really even a blurred line. It's very, they cross over a bunch. To the point where people troll and hate at the same time, and they don't even really think to themselves. They don't think to themselves what they believe to be true. They are actively racist, and they also want to make people pissed by them being racist, right? Those can exist at the same time. It's like, oh, I'm gonna be sexist and racist because people don't like it, I got a lot of attention, and also, I really do feel that way, you know? That's how a lot of people are. And so, when I say that people make these posts for attention, I don't mean they're not actually like that. It's very common for them to be actually like that, but they are doing it for attention. It's very, it's a waste of life. I mean, you're not even, like, doing something kind of nerdy that's cringe or whatever. You're actively just, like, trying to make a bunch of people unhappy just for money. And it's like, how are you gonna feel when you're, you know, old and you're like, what do I do with my life? I mean, if you're doing something like I am, like, oh, I'm playing a bunch of games, it's like, okay, well, at least I'm doing something that's innocent, that I love. Those people are doing something that they love, but it is most certainly not innocent. Like, literally, the world will probably be better off when they're not doing it anymore for whatever reason. But yeah, the Elder Scrolls fandom will become like that a lot when Elder Scrolls 6 releases. We saw a revamp when Oblivion Remastered came out, and we're gonna see it get way, way louder when Elder Scrolls 6 comes out. It will be, it's gonna be a sight. It'll also be before it comes out. As soon as we're getting promo material, as soon as we're getting dev names, as soon as we're getting any bit of information. It's not gonna be a fun time for me. It's so funny that these people are such dipshits that I could already, like, forecast it coming. It's like I can read them like a book. Okay, not like a book. That's way too complex. I can read them like one of those brochures that you find like in motel lobbies. I think that a lot of people would actually be much happier if they understood themselves better. Because I'm tired of being the only one to understand people. It's like, I know why you're being this way, but like you don't think about why you feel this way. You don't think about why you're acting this way. Your lack of self-awareness is damaging to yourself and everyone around you. If people just had more self-awareness, a lot of our problems would be solved.
substitute for you.
Am I complaining too much today?
Let's put on a show.
Am I grumpy? Everyone got it. Now, in terms of trials, I get this trial is very, very loud because of the gear that it drops. It drops like Pearlescent Ward, which people like. I've never done it on Veteran. Maybe my opinion of it would change. But at the moment, it's kind of it's okay. It's not my favorite. It's probably in my like bottom 3. I think the only reason I think it's in my bottom 3 is because like there isn't really a lot of rich lore to chew on. It's kind of just like there's some pirates and you need to stop them. You know, the mechanics can be pretty fun though, I gotta admit. But it's like I'd like something a bit more to pull, like Lucid Citadel. Ah, man, there's so much going on in Citadel. It even took up a lot of space in my magazine article. But like, I like it when there's more going on that you can maybe glean from the trial. I used Life Giver. That was a mistake. I did not mean to do that. They are pirates and they must die. Zos. I mean, yeah. It's kind of. I mean, like, I get it. People like the Maormer a lot. I guess it's because people like the Maormer a bunch. Maybe. I just don't. I don't really get the obsession with Maormer and Pionania personally, but I do love their weather magic though. Well, that's my favorite thing about them. Canonically, Clouds learned a lot of his magic from Maormer weather magics because they are really good at that. But outside of that, like, I don't really understand the, oh, I want to be a sea elf. Oh shit, we just lost our tank. He dropped. Okay, okay. Don't panic. Someone's got a res. I'm gonna try to keep them going. Are we good? I think the only reason I'm kind of about Maormer is that we just don't know much about them. But that's good. I mean, mystery is good. It's just that there's not enough there for me to be like, there could be something really cool here. I mean, they were probably banished from Aldnares a long time ago. Orgnum's pretty cool, but we don't really know much about him. I don't recall fighting both of them at the same time like this. I was doing one of Chan Lauren's quests recently, and they made a comment about I think it might have been in a letter or something about like as a child dreaming about finding Pionania in the mists. I thought that was pretty cool.
At least we go together.
I think one of Topal's expedition ships went south. That might have also been an origin point for the Sea Elves, but I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that before I make that theory. And I don't remember if we know the ship, but it was not Topal's ship. I just met the expedition. Okay, please. Okay, no, this is the caverns. What the heck was that? What was that? Who screamed? Okay, Rennie's Kashmira. That was my telegram, sorry. Kashmira, where are you? That person's name is :3. Okay, I wanna highlight them so I know the healer. I'm gonna give them a moon. I'm gonna give myself. No. I deserve the star because I'm a star. Okay. Now everyone's gonna be running, so this is gonna suck. No, no, where are you? Oh, she's up. She's up above. Rhaenys! Rhaenys! Ah! I need you. Okay, you get the moon. There you go. We got high on elf weed. I had an encounter with weed this week. Oh. Yeah, I was really nervous asking for my vacation. Not like super nervous, but I've only done that a few times because I've taken 2 vacations, 2-week-long vacations before. One was in 23, and that was in late September. Because we did the Disney cruise for a week, and I got COVID. Luckily, on the very end of the journey, so I did not spend the entire time on the boat with COVID. That didn't. I actually had a good time. It was just at the very end. And then in 24, and last year, I took my vacation in October, and I did my week-long, or there I go again. It wasn't a week, it was a day, or it was 12 hours. I did a 12-hour long stream, and I hurt my back really bad. And I realized during that time how much I really like vacations where I don't do anything. That will not always be the case. I definitely see myself taking vacations to travel. You know, maybe go on another cruise or visit someone, things like that. But at the moment, I am very tired. And I literally kind of want to just do nothing for 9 days. I mean, I'll probably like go out to eat. We've got. I might go like to Uptown and go shopping. I'm probably gonna have to get some dental and medical stuff done. I look like I dodged the heal there. I should go back. Nice. How did we not go into the Warrens yet, or did we? And I don't remember. I could have sworn you have to go to the Warrens before this. Okay, so I have a story, guys. You want me to tell you a story? I realize that I haven't told anyone the story yet because it happened on Tuesday. It's not a very long story, but hold on. Let me check something. Oh shit. Okay, so Monday was Memorial Day, right? So Monday was a holiday. However, I work in security, which means that we don't get holidays. And that means that I had to work. On the upside, I get holiday pay. And also, no one on the site is at work. So it's just kind of a completely silent, casual day for me, right? So, I woke up on Monday and made sure to get to work a little bit. I tried harder. I tried to get to work way faster because on holidays I actually relieve somebody instead of my usual day where I do not relieve anybody because I'm the first patrol. So I raced to work and I got there at 3. I think it might have been like 3:01, but you know, I meant to get there at 3. And so I get there and there is an employee who I take over from, and I don't recognize her at all. I don't know if she works on the weekends or something, but I don't recognize her. So she goes to, you know, sign out and leave work, and I take over, you know, and then I just have my day. So fast forward to Tuesday, where I get to work, and that girl is there, and she's doing training in the security shack. And I'm thinking, oh, that's why I don't recognize her. She must be new. That's why she's doing training. So she's doing training there, and my supervisor's there, obviously. And he asked me, he says, when did you get to work on Monday? Because he wasn't there on Monday. He had the day off, I guess. Or he was somewhere else. And I was like, I got here at 3. You know, like that's the time. And he says, she told me that you were late. And I was like, I was here at 3, like maybe 3:01, but I was here at 3. And she like mumbles, you know, he was late or something like that. And I'm like, I don't really know what to say, but I like, you can check the records. You can check security cameras. I was here at 3. So I just went to start my day. And my supervisor texts me, and he gives me a story. And he says, And I went through this a couple times to make sure I'm getting this right. So what you're about to hear, you're not going to hear it wrong. He says, yesterday, on Monday, that girl wanted to leave early. She wanted to leave like an hour or 30 minutes early. And so she put in a request to the district manager if she could. District manager said no. They're going to wait until, wait until I get there at 3. And so she did. She worked, and then I got there at 3. And I relieved her. She considered that late because she wanted to leave at 2:30. She wanted to leave at 2:30, and I got there at my appointed time, but because she wanted to leave 30 minutes earlier, she just told everyone I was late. By 30 minutes! By 30 minutes! Because I didn't live in her fantasy? Because I was following the... I literally had no idea this could have possibly even been going on. I'm getting blamed? Like, imagine if my supervisor never corrected, never asked for clarification. Like, what would possess someone to do something like that? I don't even know this girl. Why are you telling lies about me? I don't fucking know you. But she's lucky I didn't bring it to, HR or some shit, because I'm not gonna stand for someone just saying something about me that is absolutely untrue. Why would you even say that? You're gonna get me in trouble. I'm not gonna say I'm the most on-time person. I'm 60 seconds late, 120 seconds. But I'm not. I can't believe someone would lie about me like that. This is why I'm glad that most of my job is alone, right? I'm just alone. No one can fuck with me. I was wondering why you pinned that. I was like, wow, she must think that's really funny. But yeah, this employee, she was probably 16 or 17 years old. I don't know. She was very, very young. I'm like, you gotta get that compulsive lying thing out of the way, because that's gonna be a problem. You're gonna have a lot of problems. Nip that in the bud right now. Because I'm not going to be part of anyone's fantasy. Crazed, your mod privileges have been rescinded. I'm kidding. It's fine. I don't even really do pin messages, do I? I don't think I do. I don't know, you can pin whatever message you want as long as it's not like a bot or something. Actually, Nightbot might be good to pin. No, you're fine. You get super admin privileges. I don't know what that means, but I give them to you. I guess you're God now. When you got to work earlier, some guy you relieved left you a giant mess. He left his cart right out on the counter and is full of stuff. I remember having that happen. I think that was when I worked at Kroger, probably. I recall having that feeling somewhere. It's like, God. Working as a janitor was not the worst, but it was very, very hard, and it was rough. It was easier for me at Tom Thumb than Kroger, because I got to leave both jobs on my own terms, but Kroger, they were really close to dropping me. The only thing that got me out of working at Kroger was that I got a concussion and snapped my clavicle. Not at Kroger. I had a car accident. So. Oh, they were getting that thingy. And then Tom Thumb, I got to... Oh, no! I shall carry on his legacy! Fuck! You typed his name into the cart and wheeled it into your manager's office, just left it there, hoping he gets the message? Oh, that's... Honestly, it seems kind of like a... It's like creepy. Charles! My manager at Kroger was horrifying. He was not someone I wanted to even be in the same building with. He was kind of like an evil Santa Claus. And that's not always the case for managers. I've had managers and supervisors that I felt very welcomed by. You don't have to be an asshole to be a manager and a supervisor. It happens a lot, but it doesn't always happen. Taco Bell, I had a good like restaurant lead. There was a bad one though. One of our managers, there's like a building manager, I think, and like a team manager. I forgot the hierarchy, but one of them was so horrible. You know managers that are like really horrible to their employees, and they're like, then they are really nice to the customers. This one was really mean to her employees and really mean to customers. Like she did not you know, divorce the two. She would be mean to everyone. She would treat customers horribly. Holy shit. I had to apologize for her so many times. Like, I'm so sorry. Like, how do you have a job here? Man. Texted your manager about it. Said he'd talk to the guy about it, but you're not expecting much. Yeah, I'm glad I don't really have coworkers. For me, there's only 2 people on site when I work. It's me and my supervisor, and I like it that way. I like it that way. Teleport, reviving barrier, teleport out. Classic. Then the other manager, like the team manager or whoever I had at Taco Bell, she was really nice. She's one that interviewed me. She was funny. I remember once, it was like a Friday, I think, and I probably got the weekend off. She was like in the kitchen with me, and I was like doing some work, and they were talking about like their weekend plans, and I think like said my weekend plan was to just hang out or something. That might have been the weekend that I was doing Furry Fiesta, but I could be wrong. And I was like, I'm doing this, and she goes completely serious. She's like, you're not going anywhere. You're working here with me all day. And I was like, you know, I was like, I think I was just silent because I'm just like confused and also like depressed. I'm like, what? And then she's like, I'm kidding you. You traumatized me like that, working all day. I'm like, no, I thought I checked my schedule. Let me in. So I told Craze about this recently. Kind of. But did I tell you guys about my very first day ever working a job? My very first job was a roofing salesman, right? So my brother and sister-in-law worked with a company that would repair roofs, and they did a pretty good job of it, I guess. Essentially, what my job was is that I would go door to door and then offer roofing services. That's right, I was a door-to-door salesman. Now, I couldn't drive, so I had to have Mom drive me around, right? This was like, I don't want to say when this was. It was within the decade, and so I don't want to say when it was. This was probably like 2016 or something, maybe 17. And so I'm going door to door, and I'm really nervous because it's my very first day, and I don't really know what to say, and I'm always worried about doing something wrong, right? I was so worried about doing something wrong that I was pretty much obsessed with asking people, like, you know, am I doing this right? Do I need to know anything before I go door to door? Do I need anything? And they said no, you just do it. Just ask them about if they want a roof. So how did this work? Well, apparently, if they agreed to look into the services, I got money. If they actually made a deal with the company, I would get a commission, right? I would get like $2,000 or something from like the deal. So that sounded pretty good to me. Maybe it was like, I forget how much money it was, but it was a lot of money, at least to me. So I would go door to door and talk to these people awkwardly with my cap and shaky hands. So I was calling it quits after like maybe doing a couple hours, and I decided to do one more string of houses before I went home. I told Mom, I was like, okay, well, we'll do these houses and then we're gonna leave. So we park outside of this group of houses, and I start approaching their front driveway, crossing the street, and I notice that the police are pulling up to the house. And I'm thinking, oh, wouldn't you know it? I just walked into a situation. Something is happening at this place, right? And I don't want to move because it's like I'm there on the scene. If I run or if I turn around and walk away, I don't look great. I just decided to stand still because you just never know. So these the officers stop the car, and they get out of the car, and they don't go for the house, they go for me. They start walking towards me, and they don't want me to move, and it's like, good, it wasn't planning on moving anyway. So, I'm just trying to stand there in the Texas sun, in the middle of the road, as this guy approaches me, and he pulls out his radio and says that they have encountered the suspect. And I'm like, you encountered the suspect? That sounds pretty extreme. Like, what did he look like? And then I realized that the suspect is me. I am the suspect of something. I'm thinking I just got wrapped up in something that I do not want to be a part in, but I can't move. So he says, don't move, and more police cars start showing up, like two more, I think, and more officers, and I'm just so nervous, and I don't know what to do with myself. I remember at one moment I was thinking, oh, I don't know what to do with my hands. Maybe I should, like, do I have anything to mess with to keep my brain occupied? And my brain thought about reaching into my pockets and fiddling with my sales cards, and then I realized that probably would have got me killed, so I did not do that at all. Eventually, the officers all came up and asked me, do you have your sales license? And I was like, I don't know what that is. And he's like, you need a sales license if you're going to be selling things here. I'm like, I wasn't told about this. I literally asked them to give me the things that I needed. I was asking, do I need anything? Do I need to know anything? No one told me about a license. And they, I'm just trying to explain my situation. And at this point, Mom is parked, right? She's parked probably a building down, and she's not moving, right? 'Cause she doesn't want to do it. She doesn't know what to do. I mean, she's only watching the situation unfold as her son gets arrested. And so she's just looking through the rear view mirror. I mean, like, I don't blame her. I probably wouldn't have moved either. It's like, what are you gonna do? You just have to let it play out, because you don't want to make a move around office. I don't know if everyone here is American, but if you're American, you don't move. All right, you don't move. So she just stayed in the car and watched me. So the officers let me go after I explained, but they said I can't sell anymore unless I get a license. And I thought, that's fair. That sounds right. And then I got back into the car, and I believe we went to Walmart after that. But I remember just like, I'm just shaking. It's just like at that point I socialized way less than I do now. Way less. And so, and then, like, not only socializing, but, like, I'm face-to-face with an officer, and I'm in trouble, and it's all just very overwhelming. It's like, I almost got arrested, and I didn't do a single thing for that company ever again. I decided, you know what, I just went for a Kroger job. That was when I got into Kroger. And then I got in a car accident that almost killed me. Wait, who called the cops? That's a good question. We'll never know. I can only assume that it was someone that I had knocked on the door, and they were like, you know what? There's this suspicious looking twink in a red hat. I guess in 2016 that probably was a red flag, come to think of it. But you can see the logo on it. The logo for the roofing company. It was just plain as day. Good lord. Yeah, the ending of those two jobs was very chaotic. For Kroger, like I said, I was a janitor, and I basically had an entire store to clean, and it was a superstore, right? So it was very, very large, and it had a second-story balcony. Basically like a huge indoor balcony, like this, up here, but way larger and way higher. And like the manager would like watch from a glass pane, you know, like a supervillain. And I had all that to clean. And there were also like 9 bathrooms to clean. And so I had 9 bathrooms, you know, a technical upstairs and a downstairs like mega store. And they only hired 1 janitor, 1 guy. And they said, like, the manager, like I said, he was not a great guy. He was upset with how slow I was working, and they were definitely about to let me go. I was not working fast enough, they claimed. It's like, well, then hire another janitor. God fucking damn it. Like, I'm only 1 guy. It's insane how much I had to do. And so I literally, I couldn't just quit, so I needed to find another job before I quit. And so I took a sick day and then proceeded to drive out to apply to other places and get another job. And on my way, I got hit by a car. While I was in a car, and yeah. Not gonna say whose fault it was, but it wasn't theirs. I was a new driver. Luckily, I was the only one that was hurt. I bruised my brain, broke my clavicle, and bit right through my tongue. Definitely the closest I've ever been to death. It was a very weird feeling. You remember back when you moved into your current house, there were people pretending to be city officials checking things like a stove, whatever. What the heck? Once you let them in their house, they'd rob you. Oh my god. That is an awful hack. Yeah, I mean, like, obviously incredibly illegal, not just the robbing, but also impersonating an officer. Wow. So I got to leave my Kroger job after almost dying. Apparently that was a good excuse because I didn't have a car anymore. It looked like someone stepped on an origami figurine, and also my bones weren't working correctly. You know, I basically, like, I had to wear a sling, obviously because of how it's connected to my arm, so I had to wear a sling, and I couldn't work for a while. I didn't get another job until... Honestly, I'm trying to think. Like, there was a long stint of me just kind of not doing anything. I don't think I had another job until Taco Bell, which was early 2020. So I was probably like a couple of years out of commission. That was when I got into ESO in 18. So like a year later. But I got into Taco Bell early 2020, and you can imagine why Taco Bell didn't last long. Make your guesses. I'll tell you if you're right. Say it with me, class. Does it start with C and end in 19? Absolutely. And by that I mean crows. 19. there were 19 crows that destroyed my Taco Bell, and I could work there no longer. Okay. Oh shit. Yeah, so I worked at Taco Bell for from late January to like mid-May, and so that was an experience. And COVID started really taking off. I worked drive-through near the end of my stint because they were trying to prep employees to stop working on the inside of the restaurant and to start doing drive-through. I'm assuming that's why. So I had to do drive-through, and honestly, it was not great. Let me tell you guys, always be really nice to your fast food employees. Always be nice to like all the employees, you know, but I try to like whenever I go to Sonic, I use the app to tip. Shit. Dang it. No! I didn't know that there were actually slaughterfish in there. But yeah, I didn't like doing drive-thru because drive-thru, it actually, I mean, people weren't really mean. It's just that it was way too fast. I was overwhelmed. I couldn't keep up. It's like there was literally no break. You were just always moving, and the absolute constant chaos was over-sensory for me. I don't know, call me a baby if you want, but it was just over-sensory. Like, at one point, I was so overwhelmed, I tried to put a marker into someone's food bag. Because I was like, what do I put in here? It was like sauces, napkins, random marker I found. So, I had to leave that job because COVID started getting wild, and, I had to leave it just through text. I felt pretty bad, but I literally had to just text, hey, can't come in. She was very understanding. I luckily contacted the nice manager, and she was very understanding. I think she, it made sense. And, I didn't work again until December of 21. Pandemic was still going on, but I couldn't. How many times is she gonna hit me with this? And so I had a job that in December of 21 that was literally the worst job that I had ever had, to the point where I just refused to discuss it, but it lasted for a week. It's like one of the more forbidden parts of my lore. Soon after that, in 2022, I moved on to security in spring of 22, and then when you were to drive through McDonald's, you smashed your finger through the window. Oh my god! Wait, how? Like, did you think the window was? You think the window was open? Because you're just going so fast? Okay, yeah, that's actually worse. I would prefer if the outburst was on me. Almost there.
You think you can defeat the sea herself? I will be reborn!
I like this person says T y'all. I've never seen anyone say that. They're like, it's a mixture of thank you y'all. Or thank you all, I guess. T y'all. Oh my god. There's so much here. Okay, let me mark stuff. And then I'll get to the sharing. I know at Taco Bell I had at counter, which I really preferred. Because I got to talk to people at counter, and I met some nice people, and I had a conversation with them and let them. And at one point, I did let a couple of people know, you know, my nickname. I'd be like, people call me Weather, and at some point, I got a review in from someone, I don't think we knew who, that put me in under Weather. And so I got like a little printed certificate that said like, you know, a certificate of excellence, and it said Weather. But I also had my actual name. I had like there as my nickname. It's somewhere. I could probably get a picture of it somewhere. Anyone got Core Riptide chest or sash? No. I got Pillager's sash, Core Riptide ring. And we got. Wait, hold on. Willing to trade for gloves of pearlescent. I do not have that either. You were going really fast. You closed the window on your finger. Oh god. You didn't realize it was bleeding until you looked down at the totally not red syrup. Ah! Oh, the drink machine in someone's bag. You could be like, that's just the syrup we use for the soda. Soda syrup. Okay, I don't really think I have anything that people want. They're asking for specific things, and I don't have those. I should just I should probably just mark anyway. Yeah, I mean that's just the thing though. They make you go really fast, and like they literally had a thing where we were like, they were like, here's the other Taco Bells in the vicinity, and now you can see how fast you're going compared to them. You know, they literally have a scoreboard. They had a scoreboard. It was interesting. You have a very faded scar on your finger where you smashed it. Oh man. Lore.
Pack it in. We can scour the island once the rest of the Dreadsail fleet lines the ocean floor.
So in 2022, I got my first security job, which was in a lobby. If you think that my misfortunes end, you'd be very wrong. Not only was my job at the end of 2021 so bad I won't talk about it, these next two jobs are also pretty bad. But they weren't bad jobs as much as they ended badly. So I'm gonna give a summary of this. So essentially, my first security job was in a lobby, and I would check people in and out. Right? If a guest came in, they needed a badge. Right? If they needed to see someone, they needed a badge. and all their information needed to be logged up and stuff like that. And nothing really happened in that lobby. Like, very rarely did someone come in needing something. People would leave. They didn't really come in necessarily always, like, needing... I mean, like, you'd have the janitors come in, but it was very quiet. I mean, again, this was still, like, in the pandemic. People were working from home, not so much in the building. It was good. It was a good job. It was, like a 3 to 11 shift. Like a long commute, but I refused to take the highway. Wasn't a little cut. It was something that you probably should have gotten stitches for, but you have an insane pain tolerance at the time. Didn't think it was bad. Also, the money. You know. The money. So, at one point during this job, I had an elderly couple come to the door. It's, you know, this is, I'm in, like, I'm on, like, a campus, right? So, it's not somewhere that elderly people just wander around. So these elderly people came to the door, and they were here to meet someone for a meeting. And I was like, okay, well, they're here for a meeting. So they came in. I would probably say they were in their 70s. So I logged their information in the system and all that. I gave them their badges. Turns out they weren't supposed to be there. They were just an elderly couple that got lost. Somehow were not even in the right building. And so I had essentially let a couple people in that should not have been there. Even though they were as harmless as 2 old people, right? But, you know, anything could have happened. So, I was told that because I was new and stuff, I guess that's the reason, that it would probably be fine. Unfortunately, this was right after Uvalde happened. And so everywhere, especially security companies, were very, very high-strung. So even a Greenhorn mistake was, they were like... It was kind of a traumatizing experience for me. Because of the way that they handled this. You know, taking me into a room, interrogating me... Because for all they knew, I was part of some terrorist organization. So I got interrogated, and I had to deal with phone calls and immediate removal from the premises, and probably a ban from the premises. And then they had a team, I think, do an entire background check on me and probably my entire online presence and everything ever. I feel really sorry for those guys. And they elected to not fire me from the company, but instead have me look for another site for reassignment. Once they figured out that I wasn't part of some terrorist ring, they were like, okay, well, we're gonna reassign you, or rather, they were gonna let me reassign myself. So at that point, this was around summer of 22, so this was around High Isle's release. So I remember playing a lot of High Isle because I had like it was like a month. I had like a month where I wasn't working. Because, so it was like, I was doing High Isle, you know, and waiting for the investigation to finish, right? I wonder how many High Isle streams those guys watched. But, they actually did, like, they paid for, it was like PTO. I was actually really surprised. It seems like, if I understand correctly, they were giving me, like, paid time off. I got probably like 2 or 3 weeks of pay, even though I wasn't doing anything. And I don't know if that's normal for that kind of thing, or if they just felt bad because of the situation, because they hired someone that had never worked in security that, you know, made a mistake and lost his job. I don't know. But I chose a different site. I bet you wish this was the end of the story. But it's not the end of the story. I bet you're wondering if it gets better. It doesn't get better for me. But the story might get more interesting. I'm really hoping this whole thing is lost in the VOD. But so I moved to a car auction lot, right? So I went from a lobby job to instead I was positioned in a plywood shack at a car auction. So this was like think like a Texas, like a hot Texas, asphalt lot with a bunch of cars as far as you can see, and a little area where people would drive in their cars so that those cars could be sold. I was in a plywood shack that was right at the gate where people would drive in, right? So this thing's like barely held together, and it does have an AC unit, right? But it's like barely there, and so I just sit there and let people in, right? And it wasn't too terrible. It's just the temperature and everything. I was pretty much exposed to the elements. And so it was like very warm, very, very, very hot, because this was the summer. They changed my duties as time went on. So I was like checking people in during the day, and then like the last 2 hours or something, I think it was the last hour of my day, I would check in cars to go into the auction lot. So I would get out of my shack and walk down by the check-in place where they would prep cars for being assigned to the lot. So essentially I had to learn how to assign cars to an auction lot. And it's not just like slapping a sticker on it, right? You have to record all this information, color, type. You have to put in a sensor, right? So that people can't so that the car is always detected and people know where it is. So you jam a sensor in the car, and then you have to like put stickers on it defining its exact details and all that stuff. So I had to learn how to do all that. And so anytime anyone would come in within that hour, I'd check them in, and they'd park the car, and then they'd leave. Somehow, at one point, I was just waiting there for someone to come in, and apparently, I guess I was looking down or something, but someone had come out of the darkness and just walked right past me. I don't know how. To this day, I don't know how. It's almost like they hypnotized me, because I just can't believe anyone would walk by and I just let them. Or I wouldn't even like be curious about who it was. But someone, according to security footage that I had never seen, by the way, it's all hearsay, walked right past me. They proceeded to like steal the most expensive car you can think of, and they tore out of the lot so fast they almost ran over an employee, and they busted the gate open. And the police obviously arrived, and I had no idea what the police were even here for. I had to stay over like an extra 40 minutes because I'm like, why are there police? I cannot leave if those people are here because I can't contact my supervisor. I didn't know until later that someone had gotten in. So obviously I was removed from that site too. No reassignment this time. I had to go up to the company office and formally get out of there. So that was rough. And so then I didn't. That was like October 4th, 2022, and then I started working at Tom Thumb at the beginning of 23, around like late January or February, somewhere. I started working at Tom Thumb, which is a grocery store owned by the people who own Albertsons, I guess. It's probably, I don't know if it's a thing where you guys are, but it's essentially a grocery store, just your classic stuff. So I was a janitor there. I was kind of an every job thing. If they needed someone to bag, I'd bag. If they needed someone to move products, I'd move products. But I mostly clean stuff up and put carts away. Exhausting work. Absolutely exhausting. Like, my feet hurt so bad. I didn't have anywhere to sit down. It was torturous. So I had to, like, come up with hacks. Like, I'd pretend to be busy, and I would be looking at a product while crouching down or sitting on the floor. But in reality, I wasn't doing anything busy. I was just sitting down. I was hurting so bad. Sounds like Hy-Vee, your regional grocery place. Hy-Vee. Yeah, think of it like that. So this job, you know, it had its ups and downs. The schedule was all over the place. That's one thing. That's always really rough. Like, not knowing my schedule week to week was very hard. It was like, some days I would work 4 days, like 9-hour shifts or something. And then maybe like 1 6-hour, I don't know, it was wild. It was wild. So, I did my best there. But eventually, I realized I can't really be here for very long, so I was trying to get back into security, which seems like a terrible idea. But I was desperate. I was going for security interviews and stuff. And my brother was like, you know, try the company that I used to work for. You go and just do it. Like, I know people there. I can put in a good word for you. And I was like, eventually I was at the end of my rope. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do it. So I decided to get back into security. And in April of 2023, so it's been over 2 years at this point, I had joined Securitas, and they had put me, well, they let me choose, obviously, but I chose a Frito-Lay plant in Irving, I believe it is, and it was a bit of a commute. But essentially my job was to check in trucks. I would sit in a guard shack, you know, very well temperature controlled, nothing like that plywood shack. It was way more spacious. Now I did have to do, like, there was math and stuff to, like, check in trucks, weigh their weight, and print out their stickers. It was a whole process. But I was pretty good at it. I had a basic Monday through Friday schedule. I was pretty good at checking people in and out, and the downtime was pretty decent. The conditions were very nice, and also, literally, I bet you're thinking, like, if you worked at a Frito-Lay plant, did you get chips? And yes, I did. We would get chips. Like, and we would get bags and bags of chips. I would just stuff in my backpack and take home, you know? So, and let me tell you, those factories, like, I'm not a big factory guy, obviously, but, like, they look way nicer on the inside. Like, wow, way nicer. So that was a good job. I liked it. And I thought, this is gonna be it. I finally made it in a place where I feel like I can do the job, and they need me. And then the security company lost the contract. I had been there like 2 months, and after like 9 years, the contract ran out. I literally could not have got there at a worse time. And the plant decided to go with another company. A company which I was trying really hard to transfer to because I was like, I gotta stay here. You gotta let me. My supervisor was like, yeah, he's gotta stay here. He's good at his job. He was very nice and very supportive, and he put my name in personally to get me rehired. Because he was like, you gotta pick him up. He knows how to do his job. They did not pick me up. They basically completely ignored me. It's like, yeah, do you know, it's just the feeling of like so much turmoil and then finally finding something and then losing it just like that, like after so much effort. So, at that point, I was up for reassignment again, right? In this case, I wasn't in trouble, but it was because I just had to be reassigned because I could not be there any longer, and they were like, if you want, you can still work with us, and I was like, okay, fine, whatever. So I was trying to find somewhere else. The district manager had offered a position that was it was like 7 minutes away from me. It was like just right down the road. And she said that it was a patrol position. Essentially you drive around a lot, scanning points, making sure that you're there, and there's a lot of downtime and nothing ever happens on the site. And I thought, I was like, maybe, I don't really know. And my mom was like, you take that site. You know, they were like, it was Monday through Friday, like a 7-minute commute, you know, a lot of downtime. I was mostly just worried about walking around in the sun and stuff. So I picked it up. I also didn't want to join because I was scared of, I didn't want to train on the weekend. They were like, you can train, but it has to be this Saturday. Like, I literally had to finish a week of work and then go to train on Saturday, and I was like, I don't want to do that. But I did it. I just stole myself, and I was like, fine, I'll train. So I go in there, and I do training, and I have been there ever since. In fact, it'll be 2 years on the 10th. So that is that's big for me, you know. There's been some changes, like I'm working an extra hour now, which is good. And other things like recent employees, we lost a lot of employees, and I just got fortified Nurembergs. Lost a lot of employees and all that, and we just hired new ones, and it's been a big mess, but we just, I think, got it sorted out. Remember the first time someone money scammed you? You had to talk to the store owner and convince them that you were not involved with the scammer. I don't know this guy. So yeah, that's where I work now. It's definitely my favorite job that I've ever had. I think that security patrol is my favorite job because there's a lot of trust. Like, it's like they just trust me to do my job. I don't have anyone breathing down my neck or anything of the sort. They're just like, do your patrols, and if you do your patrols, then you're fine, right? And because I'm fine, because I do my patrols, I'm allowed, like, you know, all the good stuff that comes with it. I can listen to podcasts. I can, you know, when I go sometimes to fill up the car to get gas, I'll stop by Sonic, or maybe even I'll stop by Sonic just because I need a drink, which I have right now. There's just so many benefits, and I get decent pay. I did some overtime last week. Came back with some good money. And then they were like, yeah, we've been tracking this guy for months. He's a pro. You're like, wait, I've been with the store for 8 years. I mean, 8 years is comprised of months. If you're gonna help someone scam the store, you wouldn't have waited that long. you're like, okay, but if I was a scammer, I'd be a smarter one. I'd be smarter. I'd be a smarter villain. Oh, Golden Pursuit's gone. Anyway, I'm glad that, like, the trouble I've had with jobs isn't because I'm malicious, like apparently that girl was that I relieved from work. But rather that I'm just an idiot. That's why I've lasted so long at this job, because it's like, how do you really do this job wrong? It's just, it takes just the right amount of cerebral activity, and that is none, because I am stupid as hell. Or, if anything, inconsistent. You're too blunt and honest with people to be a scammer? Me too. That was a trick! I've actually scammed you into watching my streams this whole time! Years! You've wasted years of time giving me so much money with your view. Thank you. Honestly, I'm a genius. You've just been weathered. No. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. Like, you're like, this game's pretty good. Zeradvar in this cool outfit. It's always pretty comfortable to have, like, all my lore facts written out. I've got all 3 written out for the week. Oh, that reminds me. That reminds me. Um, 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 um. There's an event going on today. Let me let's see. It's gonna go for 2 days. I kind of wish it went for longer, but what can you do? But it's essentially called. Let me get it right. I don't want to get it wrong. Let me pull it up on the ESO. Okay, so it's called One More Clash. It's essentially, because ESO can't really do like race to world first and stuff, they decided to do something different. And essentially it is various teams racing to complete various kinds of PvE challenges. I can imagine it might be all trials, probably is, but essentially this year's competition features 25 teams and over 300 participants battling it out for a piece of the massive gold prize pool. It's going to be 500 million gold. One More Clash isn't a regular trial contest, however, as the teams aren't made up of long-standing PvE veterans, but are instead drafted for this event from a broad selection of players. The rules are intentionally crafted to foster connection and grows within the community, explains Twerkules. Using a point-based draft system, teams are built one pick at a time to encourage a balance of raiding experience. This approach rewards diverse rosters where veteran raiders mentor newer players, creating teams that are not only competitive but eager to prove the strength of their collaboration and shared effort. So this is going to be happening over the course of the next 2 days, today and tomorrow. So Saturday and Sunday, and it'll be streamed on various channels, like 8 Puppies, Ryan Azifi, Olabo, things like that. So keep a lookout for those. I think it's pretty fun. This is the kind of thing that I've wanted ESO to do for a while, right? Because we can't really do Race for World First. I love trial competitions. It's fun to watch. I like that Elder Scrolls is getting into that. So you have stock iced coffee because I'm watching Welcome to Wrexham. There's a stock coffee. Oh, stock coffee at like every 10 minutes during the show. Oh my god, you just reminded me. Hold on. I have to check something. I need to check. I bought a gift for Jared because it is his birthday on the 1st. So I need to... I can't imagine that... I can't imagine that it will be here, obviously, but I at least want to know if it'll arrive at all. No, where is it? Come on. It's such a pain looking for shirts these days. I always look for shirts for like my birthday and Christmas presents for people. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get people this shirt. And it's such a pain now because like there's AI art everywhere. I don't... Hold on. Where is my order? Okay. I can't find it in the logs. I absolutely ordered this. Okay, I'm gonna look into that later. I totally ordered it though. But yeah, I like buying shirts for people. It's kind of like, oh, you know, that if Weather's gonna get you a gift, it's probably gonna be a shirt. They're like, soccer's cool and all. By the way, have you bought stock coffee today? I don't even know what that is. Ryan Reynolds getting your money. Does he own it? I need a sponsor, guys. Who do you think should sponsor me? Not sure if he actually owns it or not. Wrexham is all over it. You assume he has some sort of stock in it. Do you guys think that McDonald's would sponsor me? Wait, oh my god, wait. Oh wow, they're way ahead. They should. I mean, they're not really doing anything with Ronald McDonald now, are they? Like, they're kind of they don't really use him much. So maybe I could be like the new sponsor, or the new mascot rather. I'd be the new McDonald's mascot. But I would only make the deal. I would only make the deal if they would get back to making play places. And reestablishing those old consoles they used to have. I loved those. Does anyone remember when McDonald's would have like GameCube or Nintendo 64 consoles, like at those little stands, and they'd have like 4 TVs? I loved those. That was like the only time I could play those games. Unless, like, my cousin was visiting, because he also had those consoles. I didn't have a console until, like, I was 12 years old. I had a PC, though. I was raised as a PC gamer, and wouldn't you know it, I'm still a PC gamer, I guess. This is what years of Pajama Sam does to someone. No regrets. Man, I didn't realize that this makes you slow. It's the blue that makes you slow. I think, like, the first... I mean, I had experiences with exploration games. Most of the games that I played were very on rails, be it racing games or what have you. So, I think my main experience with an open world game that I owned was probably, like... It's probably Minecraft. That might have been why I got into Minecraft so deeply. I was like... You know, this is literally the open world game. Like, the open world game. This was probably like 2012. I wanted to play it so bad. I had played Skyrim, but I didn't really... I don't think I really got into Skyrim much until later on. Spyro's good. I still only played the first one. I'm still having Treetops flashbacks. You never experienced the trolley level 2? Oh, the trolley level in 2. I will keep an eye out. Sometimes I think about picking up Reignited on PC. I have it on PS4, but at that point I was moving from PS4 to PC, and so I didn't really play much on PS4. So I might just pick it up on PC. I played the first one on PC because I played it emulated. we didn't have a well, we had a PlayStation 2, but I emulated Spyro, and that's how I played the first one. But Reignited looks really good. Like, Reignited looks it's solid. Like, whenever I was playing it, I was like, this definitely feels like how the first game must have looked to kids that were playing it. It's funny. I don't think I've ever gotten to Spyro style remark about weather, like, ever. I see, like, other Dragon artists get Spyro style remarks. Generally, a lot of people get annoyed at that. They're like, it's not Spyro style. Most of the time, I get MLP style as a comment on my artwork. I don't know why. It's funny because Reignited is how you saw the games growing up. Yeah. I think that, like, the way that Spyro's animated and everything and Reignited is 100% the kind of vibe that I want to replicate with my art. So if someone said that my style was Spyro-ish, I would have been like, I'd be like, yeah, that sounds right.
When our task is done, you must remember to clean
He's
your
animated so well in Reignited.
We're approaching the sanctuary. Mashai and Skinrai used it as a dojo before. The twins have probably fallen into the bent dance. Be cautious.
Or so you went through the same thought process with Oblivion Remastered? I'm trying to think about a game that I grew up with that had that happen. I didn't play a lot of games growing up that would get that treatment. Okay, my bad. I should be with this guy. I wasn't thinking. I was like, oh, we're at the twins. Stay close to me. Oh, you know, well, nah. I was gonna say Zumbinis. I guess Zumbinis is kind of close. I've been playing the Zumbinis remake because I was raised on that game. It's a pretty good remake.
Just a few more verses, yes?
I mean, it's not like incredibly different, but it's a little bit more polished. The art's new and all that. I think it looks really nice. I don't think the audio is different. I think the audio is the same. I think I even have that on PC too. I'm pretty sure I have it on PC, but I've never played it on PC. I never played the remake on PC. I definitely have it on my phone. Spyro Ace Combat Elder Scrolls were your childhood games? You're already in middle school with Oblivion? Yeah, you guys are veterans. I'm a new hire. Crap! I want that heavy sack. No! Heavy sack, no! Ah, dang it. Oh, maybe like, I don't know, like some of the Super Smash Stage remakes, I think, give me that experience where I'm like, oh, it's like the way that I saw it when I was a kid. You know? Like Smash Ultimate stages. Ow. So I don't know if the original Zumbinis had this, but like when I was playing the remake, I noticed that there's like there's an age slider. So you let it know your age, and then it dictates how difficult the game should be according to your age. And so I put in my age, and I'm like, if this is too hard, I'm gonna be so embarrassed, right? I don't think the original had that. I think the original might have had some difficulty modes, but I don't think it had like... I think like the remaster levels it up. I had some trouble. I mean, like I haven't even gotten past the first camp, and I had some trouble during the pizza troll. I was like, come on, I did this so well when I was a kid. I didn't realize that I was literally getting like everything wrong with the pizza troll, and I had to figure out like, oh shoot, like, you know, he places it in different spots if it's right and if it's wrong. And for those that don't know, it's a puzzle game. It's like a logical game. It kind of gets you to, it kind of, I mean, it's called the logical journey of the Zumbinis, so it's definitely a puzzly game. Point and click puzzle game. Not terribly hard. I can imagine like even on the hardest difficulty, some people would find it a breeze, but a lot of times it's like me just trying to keep my brain sharp and remember things, because the puzzles kind of randomize. Get yourself quoting Ace Combat all the time. When your friend initially gets your references, is anyone getting my Zumbinis references, or am I alone? Holy shit! Leave me alone! Oh! Ow. Lunar Slam! So apparently, let me summarize Zumbinis for you really quick. And my April Fool's joke last month, I believe, was I did Zumbini lore facts as my April Fool's thing, where I was just doing lore facts for that series all day. You know, I had things queued to post.
I can feel it. The drums.
So essentially, it's a game where it's a game about like this cartoonish species that are very fun-loving and productive, and they get invaded, and they need to leave their homeland to go somewhere else. And so essentially, you are guiding them as they leave to go to a better land, the promised land. You know, so you're like playing Moses this whole time, and so you need to solve puzzles and bring a team of Zumbinis, like a team of like I think maybe like 16, to this new land. And then once you do that, you go back and get 16 more. And then once you do that, you go back and get 16 more. And so you just have to see how many Zumbinis you can bring to the promised land across all these puzzles. It's very charming. And I mean, they're still like advertising it, right? Because they did the remaster, and I still see their ads, and I'm like, it's some things, I don't know. It's nice to see some things are still around, right? It's kind of comforting. It's like it's kind of cool to see that this is still being like you can get a Zumbinis plushie. That's pretty comforting. Because I didn't really think anyone else would even know what it is. Is Ace Combat just I'm imagining like a shooter, like a plane shooter, like a fighter pilot game. The word ace is always seems to be in a fighter pilot game. Fighter pilot sim aced it. Rushing wings. Oh wait, hold on. I've got a. Oh no, I'm good. I'm good. I should be paying attention to my debuffs. It's very anime inspired. You guys think there's an Ace Combat anime out there? Eh.
Stand away, friends. This might get loud.
Coolest Undoing trial ever.
Moons be praised. This one thinks she could use a drink of water. Yes, and with that beast Rakat killed, it will stay that way. Well, Adara I can hope, yes? Thank you, friend. Take this and my blessing. When Joan and Jode cry out for a hero's song, this one will sing your name. The Moon Bishops will be anxious to hear that the lost cats have been pushed back, but Adara High thinks they will have to wait. This one needs some moon sugar tea and a very, very long bath. This one will sing at a wedding, perhaps, or a naming? Something joyful and clean. There is a shrine north of Senchal. A very fine place with white sandy beaches and cool breezes off the Topol Sea. I will start there. And after that, who can say?
What's funny is that the next time you meet her, I think it is the next time, it is in Southern Elsewhere. It's not at a shrine north of Senchal, unless you want to count Black Heights, I guess. But I wouldn't say Black Heights has sandy beaches, so probably. But like you meet her in that area, so I find that interesting, you know.
Agarahai will leave that to the main and the Torval Curiata. This one fears that she's already stayed too long.
There's a Torval reference.
You are kind to ask. Yes, this one will manage. There are no wounds that song and prayer cannot mend. Soon this one will swim in warm seas and sing the Kaje Sahalas under the Toje moons. All will be well. Take care of yourself, Roger.
You start with your normal military campaign stuff where you're a pilot defending your homeland. By the end of the game, you're fighting prototype super weapons like airships, giant laser cannons, and prototype aircraft. That does sound anime inspired. I gotta see if anyone's asking. This person says that they're looking for Alkosh. Are they even still here? Markina? I might have to check to see if I had any Alkosh. Anything inside that coffer I can't give away, so. I got Lightning Staff of Alkosh. I will see if they are still here. What is their name? Marikina City? Hey, you! You! I got a thing for you. 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 It's a thing. You wanted an Alkosh thing. I will give you Alkosh. I don't know if I had that already or not. But it's fine. Base Combat 7 was hugely influenced by drone warfare. And the last boss was literally the super advanced drone craft that was trained on the data of the best pilots in the world. I see. Well, I mean, like... It's good and bad. It's like drone warfare, you're not actually killing people, right? I mean, you have drones fighting each other and no one's actually dying, but... Obviously then, like... I don't think the civilians are going to be drones. So it's like, yeah, maybe you'll have less soldiers, but... You'll have more drones, which make it easier to do terrible things. I'm getting too deep here. Back on Zoombinis. Let me, Let me see, do I have that installed? Series is surprisingly very anti-war. A lot of Starlands cutscenes are from the point of reporters and civilians caught in the crossfire. Yeah, the military just counts on the people who don't care about that. Oh, hey, I do have it. Is it installed? It looks like it is. I mean, it is 3 a.m., but I could give it a shot. Give me a second. It probably won't be very long. I don't want to bore you guys. Oh, dang it. I was looking for my my browser. It's on my third monitor I did not look at. Got too many monitors. Just kidding, I've got just the right amount. Wait. Oh, here we are. I don't really know. Is there a remaster for this? Apparently there were other Zombinis games. I'm just gonna do Zombinis, right? Like, I don't think there's one here for the remaster. Right? I'm just gonna go with the original. So let's see. Zombinis originally is from 1996, right? So this is, I was 1 year old. So I was 1 years old. So it is it's pretty old, and so I would be doing obviously the remaster, which came out in 2015. So the remaster is 10 years old. It's AC4's main plot was from a guy whose family was killed by a famous pilot when he shot down a plane that crashed into his house. The same pilot becomes your rival throughout the game until you finally shoot him down at the very end. Spoilers! You're really certain the game is lost media now unless you have a PS2 and a copy laying around? You know what is almost lost media but is not? That's right. Zombinis. Okay, so I'm gonna see if I'm gonna like make a source for it really fast. I've never like the last time I played this on PC, I was probably a baby. I have no idea how absolutely young I was, but I was probably ridiculously young. But I have played this on my phone. So let me... How old are you? You have to be 6 to be playing this game, at the very least. Bandai Namco refuses to remaster the PS2 games? I know that, Phil. I want Capcom to give us Lost Planet 2 again. But no. Alright, I am... How old do you guys think I am? Trivia, how old am I? $30? You're close? I'm 29. So, won't be that hard. I am 29.
Not too long ago,
Lore.
Zoombinis enjoyed the good life. Though they all looked slightly different, different eyes, noses, hair, feet, such differences meant nothing to the Zoombinis. And so they lived happily on Zoombini Isle, making small, useful products which were prized the world over. The Zoombinis had a sense of fulfillment and inner peace, not to mention healthy bank accounts. Then one day, who should show up but the Bloats? The Bloats offered to help the Zoombinis grow their businesses, expand their trade routes, and improve their quality of life. Being trusting sorts, the Zoombinis agreed. But before long, the Bloats had taken over everything. Stealing profits, canceling holidays, piling on work. The Zoombinis were getting pretty stressed out. Well, you can push them only so far before they take matters into their own hands, so to speak. So they decided to escape and build a new home in a distant land.
Alright, that's the lore. Name your game. I'm... Weather. Okay, so, essentially there's two ways you can go about having you Zoombinis. You can make Zoombinis, and then you can also randomize Zoombinis. So, it's like... At first, whenever I'm doing a new game, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna make them, so I start making some, and I'm like, oh my god, I need to start randomizing. So I'm gonna make, let's make one special one. Let's make him cool. He's got sunglasses, that's cool. A red nose, because that's just my favorite. And, rollerblades. I think this is just, his name's Taup. Hold on, his name's Taup. That's what it says that his name is. So that's canonically what his name is. Taup. Okay, so there he is. There's Taup. Now, everyone else, I am going to randomize. Let's see. Does this randomize? Okay. Oh my god. It's just giving me the whole group. I don't even know their names. Okay, so I can pick them up. Can I look at the map already? No, okay, that's okay. So here's the map. They did really good with the remastered art. I'm not sure how this works, I don't really know, like, I guess it gives it stars. I don't quite know. Do I, like, click on this and I can alter? No? Oh. Okay, so I can do practice. I'm not going to spoil these levels, but I'm not going to practice. I'm going to do journey. Okay, so back to Zumbini Island. There's 400 Zumbinis, by the way. They're all just kind of waiting. Taupe is in the lead. So we're going to go on our first here. Now, the beginning is always the same. At some point it branches, I think you can choose.
After days tossed about by a stormy sea, the Zumbinis reach the shore of a peculiar land.
How many people are streaming this at 3 a.m.? Okay, so first we have the, what do they call these? The sneezing cliffs. So, how does this work? Okay, so essentially a lot of these puzzles are kind of directed by the fact that your Zumbinis are completely different, all of them, right? And their different aspects are what you need to pay attention to. So, for example, I am going to send out a Zumbini. Let's start with Taupe. I'm gonna set him out, and we will see how this cliff interacts with him. Okay, so it lets him by, which means that Taupe does not have a type of attribute that this cliff does not like. So if I send someone out, for example, let's send someone with Taupe's hairstyle, right? I don't know. Like if we sent out this guy, we wouldn't know if it was. I don't know. We wouldn't know if it was like the eye or the nose. So we know that he'll allow this hat, and we'll know that the headpiece, and we know that he'll allow the foot piece because he let him through. So if he denies this, it's got to be the nose or the eye. Okay, he lets him through. So he lets those through. We're gonna play it safe. I guess we don't have anyone else with that hairstyle. We do have rollerblades though, so we're gonna let this guy in. Oh, hold on. Okay. So we know that he's not allergic to the rollerblades because we've already got 2 through that are rollerblading. How about yellow noses? It could be the yellow nose because none of these guys have yellow noses. So it really could be a lot of stuff, right? Because the eyes are different, the headpiece is different. So let's narrow this down. And let's see if it's the hairpiece. We'll send someone that has the same hairpiece, and if he has the same reaction, we know what it is. Okay, that might very well be it then. It's definitely not the nose, right? Because this guy got through. We're going to send him this way. I've got a lot of people with this hairpiece. Yeah, this seems to be going fine so far. They're happy. Alright, I don't know if they're allergic to any groups of attributes. I don't know if they can be allergic to multiple things. I'm going to be sending out... I've got a lot of green hats. Look at that. Look at this. I'm going to be sending out this. Let's see how they react. Oh, my God. Okay. Okay, so we know it's not the nose. Right? Because we have a red nose here. It could be the hairpiece. And it could be the eyes. Because we only... It's like... Well, let's see if this guy can go through. Oh my goodness. Wow, we're already down to 2. Okay. Well, if it is a hairpiece, I mean, we know that this guy's gonna accept, definitely. It might be... Yeah, we're just gonna keep sending green hats over there. And... Okay, and we're gonna send Mohawk over there as well. We should be good, I think.
You did it! You saved them all!
Yeah, barely. I'm not proud of that.
These stone guards have their rules, so do proceed with skill. Zumbini's one guard won't allow. The other guard surely will.
Okay, so this becomes a little bit more complex in terms of process of elimination.
They're back!
Cute little pebbles, aren't they?
I haven't been here before. Okay, so this becomes a little bit more involved, right? Because if they want to stay in these caves, they have to go by 2 guardians. Now, one guardian could allow something that another one doesn't. So we have to keep in track the attributes. We're going to send Taup out for the first, as usual. We will see if they allow him through. It's very 70s Disney. Yeah, the environments and stuff do. Characters as well.
Step in.
Okay, so he's allowed in. So we'll see if we can send someone that's like him, which is this dude, Taup's brother. I don't know what his name is. And we're going to see if he's allowed in. Because they might not like his eyes, and they might not like his nose. But if they get rid of him, then we know that it is one of those things. We know it's not the rollerblades. We know it's not the hair. So, okay, they're good. Okay. Now it could be that they just allow rollerblades in. Let's start narrowing it down to just rollerblades.
Go on!
Step in.
Okay, so they might just allow rollerblades. I don't know what kind of reaction that was, but it was certainly a reaction. All right, so we're gonna bring in. We're gonna get a little bit more. I guess they do all have different colored noses. We're gonna try a green nose as the last test here.
Go on!
With also a green cap. So green nose, green cap, that gets through. So it might have been that they were just okay with rollerblades. I don't think we're gonna get the same reaction with like 2-wheeled Zumbinis. But I think we can afford a test. I mean, if you fail too many tests, things start getting like you do have so many tries during these. You start losing Zumbinis, right? Now they don't die, they just go back to the island, right? And then you have to take them back. So you don't have to worry about that. I don't think there's a scenario where a Zumbini can die. Okay, we're good. Now, see, it might be wheels. I mean, they allow all the colors of noses. They allow sunglasses. If they turn this guy down, it's going to be because of the hair. Okay. So, I think we're good. I mean, maybe, I guess, I don't think we have any drowsy eyes. But let's just go ahead and keep trying. Oh my god! Okay. I don't think they like her eyes. That's the only thing I can think of, right? Because they allowed this hairpiece, they allowed the wheels, they allowed the nose, I think, right? I think, yeah, we've got a pink nose. Yeah, they just don't like the eyes, so we can't send any eyes through there. So what that means is that we can't allow any drowsy eyes in here either, because drowsy eyes would have to pass by this guardian. So this is just a no-go. The only place I can take drowsy eyes would be one of these two right here. And we've got 2 drowsy eyes Zumbinis. So let's use this one.
Certainly.
Okay, we're good. Hopefully they don't dislike.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're good on that front. Okay. Now we're looking at red glasses. Blue nose is allowed. Wheels are allowed. We don't know if red glasses are allowed. Green hats are allowed. So we'll see. We'll see if they don't like the red glasses.
Certainly.
Okay. That's good. Let's bring him up there.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so they won't allow her in. I'm gonna assume that's probably because of eye color or nose color, because we already have a green hat up here, and we have a spring. So it's gonna be the eyes or the nose, and I'm not really confident sending her up this way because she doesn't have any wheels. I could try this path. I don't remember if they've dismissed the spring on this path or not. All I know is that I don't know if I've even tried any springs on this path, but I don't see any. I think these are all wheels. I've tried wheels, so I'm gonna try this. We know for a fact that it's gotta be one of these two. There's no way it can't be.
Well, you're okay.
Oh my god. Okay.
I must be careful about who I let in.
Alright. Racist. So, as you can see, you're good. Alright. Let's see if we can do the same thing, but with glasses. I don't remember. Did we already try that? Dang it. This is why I suffer so bad. It's because I forget. I'm like, God, did I try that already? I don't remember. Did I think I did. I think I did try. Oh, no. Maybe I didn't. Because we have a red glasses up here. Green hat, red glasses. And they allow springs. And pink, no, she should be fine. She should be fine. Okay, we're good. Alright, we've only got a few more. These are the outliers. I mean, I could see this guy making it, but like the propellers, that's a different beast. Because like we don't know who will accept propellers. We've only got like 2 propellers and beanies, right? None of these guys have propellers, so we've only got 2 propellers and beanies in this batch. But we know that green hats are allowed on both top rungs, and blue noses are allowed up here. I say we give this a shot. If she gets shot down in the first wave, that would help us out a lot, I think, in terms of not using up too many tries. Okay, we're good. Alright, so now we're on our last. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna see green nose, sunglasses, small hair, and propeller. He should be good. We're gonna go.
One of the chosen
You
few.
did it! You saved them all!
I feel so accomplished.
See you later.
And so our brave travelers continue on through this dusty wasteland until they meet Arno, the almost omnivorous, one very hungry pizza troll.
Alright, here we go.
Fleens? You're not fleens. Whatever you are, make me a pizza!
Now this, I think this is what most people remember. I don't know why. So, this one is not about the Zumbinis. As you can see, this one is about pizza. Basically, I am going to make him a pizza, and he is going to be the most annoyingly irritating customer about it. We need to use process of elimination to figure out what he wants on the pizza, right? Now, what I completely forgot, and what I relearned when I did this recently, is that he's gonna start storing pizzas like up here if they are somewhat right. And it's like if I have something right, he stores it up here. If I have something really wrong, he stores it in the pit. So we're gonna have to just start out random, right? We're gonna have to just do this. This creates the pizza, I think. So we're gonna do cheese, mushroom, and we'll see what he thinks.
Something on that I don't like.
Okay, so he's being very vague about it. Okay, he put it in the pit. So, I don't think he liked any bit of it. We could try like jalapeno pepperoni and see if he does the same thing. So I'm trying to remember, I'm trying to remember if he stores stuff up there if it doesn't have, if it's good so far. Like, if you have one thing wrong, does he store it in the pit? Just like, what if we did this? What if we did a cheese pepperoni? I don't think this will be very complex because it's, I don't know. I don't know how hard this is gonna be. Okay, we're gonna go with pepperoni with cheese.
More toppings.
Okay, so he wants more toppings, but is he gonna toss it into the pit or? Okay, so he's tossed it onto the rock. So I think that going by that, we could do cheese, pepperoni, and then he said something on that I don't like with the mushroom pizza. So we're gonna skip mushrooms and instead we're gonna go with jalapenos. If that doesn't work, I'm probably gonna go with pineapples. With the jalapeno pepperoni pizza right now. I've got pizza rolls. There's... Oh, man, what? I got it in 3 tries! 3 tries! Oh, my God. Nice. Speed run.
You've done quite well.
I'm so smart. Alright, moving on. Getting out of here.
Hold on. What's this? A campsite with hot soup all ready to eat? Looks like a fine place for Zoombinis to relax. But when they're ready to move on, they'll need a group of 16 along the path.
I love the announcer, by the way. Like, this guy's voice, like, he's just living it up. So these kinds of camps, there's like 3, I think, in the game. You can use this place to store your Zoombinis, right? So you can store them up, and then, you can, basically, like, build a team if you want. So, basically, if I lost, like, a couple of Zoombinis, I would store these, and then I would have to, come up with another team of 16, and then I would fill up a new team, and then set them out. But I didn't lose a single Zoombini during that trek, so I should be good. So the question is, do I go up or do I go down? I've got a fork in the road. I think this is what defines the next, like, 3 puzzles. And I haven't done these next puzzles because I like, didn't get this far, I think, in my phone playthrough, so it's been years. Years and years. I can flip a coin. Let me flip a coin. Alright, let me see. Flip a coin. Heads, I go north. Tails, I go south. And you're gonna have to trust me. Okay, we got heads. We're gonna be going north. Go, Tao!
Zoombinis must have something in common with their neighbor to sit on Captain Cajun's ferry.
Sit wherever you like, I don't really care. I remember this one.
Welcome to the boat. Now hurry yourselves up and find your seat.
Okay. I'm getting messages. Okay, so I think like they have to. What he said, like they have to be similar. They're gonna be sitting next to each other. So let's do.
Fine, sit wherever you want to. I don't really care.
Let's do this one. I mean, these guys seem like they're similar enough, right? Okay. So, like, do they just have to have something in common? Just period? Like, I could do Taup, like, right now? Okay. Okay. I don't remember this being so easy. Let me think. If I do him, then I can connect Taup to this guy, and then I unlock, like, all the short-haired guys, right?
Ah, sure.
I haven't heard some of these voice lines in, like, 15 years, maybe, or longer. Or they're, like, ingrained in my psyche. It's so weird. Alright, so we're gonna continue on with the short-haired gang, and we're gonna end the short-haired gang with Wheels. And that'll unlock all the green hair. So we're gonna go, like...
Ah, sure. Ah, sure.
Boom! Easy. Man, that was easy. I don't remember that being so easy.
Color, flower, and lily pad shape too may be the keys that get them through.
It's frog time. Okay. Look at my tiny little Zoominis. Look at they're even smaller than usual. Okay, so this would be like they have to have something in common. Like, so if I sent this guy out, he would have yellow in common, which meant that he could go here, 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 and then all the way across, right? So, like, if I... That would be fine, though, right? Go, Taup! I like how it shows him. Come on, come on. Boing, boing, boing. Faster, you're stressing me out. If anyone's gonna make it, it's gotta be you, Taup. And we're good. We're good. All right. So that one worked. Oh, and hey, we get him. Wait, we get him back? Can you do it twice? Because like I could just keep spamming the same one. I think you get like 2 tries. I'm gonna do it twice. Is there a downside to doing it twice? Do you lose the path? I'm gonna need a mute. Give me a second. And by that I mean mute my Telegram. Okay. We're gonna give yellow another go. I started here, right? I guess I could start either way, but alright, so we're sending another person. I think after you do 2 tries, I remember the frog like hopping in the water and then swimming away. But it's been so long since I've done this. Why are you so slow? Oh my god. He just bounced away. I'm pretty sure the original had a swimming animation. He just bounced out of there. But I was right about you getting 2 tries. So you get 2 tries. So let's try to see what we can find here. We have things like lily pad shape and design on the pad shape and color. In terms of red, we don't have any starting points. There's nowhere you can start with red. I mean, even if you start at the bottom, it's no dice. So we can't do red, but let's do regular lily pad shape. What would we have to do with that? We don't have anywhere we can... Oh, we can start here with a lily pad shape, and it'll go here, 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 here. Oh yeah, that's a solid choice. We're gonna do that. Boing, 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 boing. These frogs have no natural predators, do they? Like, these are the slowest frogs I've ever seen. So they do have a swimming animation when they're going back. Maybe that's what I remember. Alright, we're going to do that a second time. There's no drawbacks to that, right? Now, you can send out multiple frogs at once. It is true. Like, I have done that before, I remember. But I'm not really certain about what path I can take. I think the flower path is okay. Like, looking at this, it connects here, 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 here. No, that stops. No, wait, hold on, hold on. Flower path is good. We're gonna do flower path. That was interesting. Okay, so we could do that again. We still have quite a few Zubidis, but it's pretty much a freebie, right? Okay, so, again, we're not doing red. We're gonna do... Cyan is looking pretty good. Like, cyan is like here, 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 all the way across. So we're gonna do some cyan. How about yellow? Wait, no, we already did yellow. Magenta is not gonna work, so we're gonna put magenta up here with red. Oh, we can't do that. Well, magenta won't work. Now, X might work. X might work. So, like, we could do X, 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 X. No, that stops cold. Wait, 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 wait. Actually, hold on. Connect, connect, connect. Go down here, to here, to here, to here. All the way across. Yeah, I think X will work. I just did cyan, so let's do cyan again. And then let's do X. I'm gonna be seeing this in my sleep. Alright, so we might want to start looking at lily pad shapes. So let's do... Okay, we're pretty solid with the 3-prong, I think. So let's do that. They can't hit each other, can they? Oh shit! Oh god! No! No, 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 no! I don't know if there can be like a frog collision. Ah! Wait, is he going in circles or something? Oh my god. Wait, is he like locked? Wait, what's going on? What is happening here? Did he go back? What is he doing? What are you doing? Look, you're supposed to... You're supposed to go this way. Yeah. Down, yeah. Of course. Here, yeah, here. Yeah, here. I'm not even clicking, I'm just hoping that he stakes my cursor for a fly or something. Yeah, there you go. There you go. You had me worried there, buddy. Alright, we're gonna try again. We're gonna take these ones, take this one right here. And then, I could have sworn I did X twice already. I guess it just took him that long? Jesus Christ. I hope he doesn't get confused again. Don't get lost this time, man. Oh, he's getting lost. Come on. Stay focused. This is a logical journey. Gotta be logical. We've almost got everyone across. Dude, what a... No! No! What are you doing? No! You're going the wrong... No! That's not the... Okay, alright. Alright, just go right. Just go right here. No! What are you doing? He's just gonna go all the way around. Come on, man. He's taking the scenic route. Okay. Yeah, sure. You better go right after this. No! No! Where are you going? Why are you going all the way over here? No! Turn back! God. Alright. You are not getting a tip. I'm just gonna have to. I'm just gonna look through the other ones while he's doing that. Four leaf. That works. No, that stops cold. That works. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, thank you. All right, we're gonna do that. We're gonna start here. All right. So, we're going to do that again. We're going to send him out there. We only have 2 more to do after this. So let's look at what we can do in the meantime. I'm thinking we can't do red, we can't do purple. We can't do diamond, right? Because like look at the starting points. Diamond doesn't even have a starting point. I mean, it does, but it doesn't go anywhere. So we're looking at only 2 more uses of a frog, and literally the only thing that works is the spliced lily pad. Blue doesn't have a starting point. That's the only thing we can do. So now there are some here, like this is a starting point, but that doesn't work because it's not attached to anything. This one is the same. I mean, they're attached to each other, but they can't go anywhere. So it would have to be this. Those are my only 2 options. This one stops cold, so it has to be this one. Right? Here, 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 up to here, across here, down here, and there we go. So that's gonna be our last ride. Could you jump any slower? Alright. We got 1 more here. Got a little dance they do. Okay, I chose this one, right? Yeah, alright. Here we go! Boing. Spring. Spring. My goodness. Alright, we made it. Yeah, you're gonna get some sleep. Have a good rest of your stream. Alright, you two. You have a You have a good sleep. I'm probably gonna raid soon. I'm going to 4 hours. I think it saves per puzzle. I think there's 1 more puzzle before the camp, so I might do 1 more. But yeah, have a good sleep.
Zoombinis will get a rise out of these stone hexes if they can make the right connections.
I don't remember this one very well. I remember it existing, but I don't remember exactly how I do it. Alright, they probably just have to have something in common, right? So it would be like eyes in common? So like eye. That's a horrifying sound. Eye. This just seems like a matching game. This doesn't seem very hard. Alright, Taupe, you're up. We will do eyes again. Now hold on. Hold on. Can I take you off of this? Okay, I think I'm probably going to want to match... I could probably match the small head pieces, but I'm going to match the green hats. Jump. And we're going to go with, like, same nose. Oh, yeah, okay. I see. I see what you're doing to me here. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm stuck here. All right. So I mean, we can do same nose here, but something has to change. Something has to change. We need like oh, I can trade out Taupe and his brother. I can take Taupe off, put his brother here, and then put Taupe here and her here.
You did it! You saved them all!
I'm a genius! I don't remember this one being so easy. Maybe I was just a dumbass kid. I remember getting, like... I remember the last puzzle specifically. Oh my...
Amazing indeed!
Oh cool, you can see the
Another
lion!
relaxing campsite ready and waiting for Zumbinis. And they'll need their rest. The darkest, most dangerous part of the journey is yet to come!
He loved his job. Oh man, you can tell he loved his job. All right, I think the final 3 puzzles are, because you can take a branch, right? I took the top branch. There's more puzzles on the lower branch, but I didn't take it. So honestly, maybe we could just try to power through the last 3. I mean, there might be smooth sailing. That would be like a full-on Zumbinis run right there. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm actually kind of worried. I'm a little bit scared.
Throughout these gloomy mountains, strange carvings left by ancient peoples are everywhere.
I mean, I'm now trying to do a perfect run, so... Okay, so that's just like nose color, right? Is it as easy as just doing nose color in order? I don't remember. If that's all it is, then I gotta tell the game to go harder on me next time. This area has such a heavy Daggerfall vibe. I love it. Like, you hear the music. Listen to that. Even that sound right there. They use that in Daggerfall. It's the exact same sound. That's great. All right, we're gonna I don't know. I guess it's just what, noses? I mean, come on. Okay, that's it for blue, right? So now we just gotta do pink. Oh my god! Wait, what? Wait, what? What? Wait. Oh, shit, we have another blue nose. But... Oh, wait. Oh. But why did it put her there? I guess because it was just choosing a space? Or is there something else I should be looking for? I'm just gonna put in another pink. I don't think they have to have anything in common but the nose. Yeah, I think it was just putting your, maybe at the back of the line? Yeah, I put her at the back of the line. Okay, I got startled. Taupe's gonna go here. Okay, this is easy. I gotta do harder mode.
Splendid job!
Alright, lift that paw. Yes, the crystal!
Use the crystal filters to change the Zumbini's reflection. It will give them crystal slamming protection.
I mean, like, I'm going through a nostalgia trip here. Ah, the crystal! I mean, there was always something more like... still sounds so old Elder Scrolls. I wonder, like, if it uses the same, like, sound fonty thing. Okay, I'm trying to see, like, you just match them, right? Like, here's Taupe, for example. This is Taupe. So Taupe goes here, right? And then... I mean, it's just matching, right? So that means that Taupe should go here. Oh, but wait, what if I want to send multiples? Can I? No? I'm a little bit concerned, though. There's not enough of these glass panes. And, oh, wait, are they going to trade out every time? Okay, let's just send Taupe over and see what happens. Okay, Taupe is fine. Okay. Oh, I have to pull the lever. I don't understand how I'm gonna get everyone across, though. And these don't even look like my Zoombinis. I mean, Taupe did. But, like... So what, maybe I combine them, right? So let's... What if I... Combined him with her? Maybe? Can I do that? No, it's not wanting me to do that. I don't, like, I remember this puzzle, I just don't remember exactly how to do it. Give me a moment. It's matching with the reflection. I'm like, totally, wanting to do this like it's the 90s, right? I'm not looking it up. If I can't put two in one spot, then why? Okay, let's humor this. Let's put this guy here. No, it's saying that'll pull. Is it saying that, like, it just has to match enough? Like, once it filters through... I mean, I'm pretty sure this is a one-hit KO for a Zoombini, so I don't want to make any mistakes. Because, like, I remember if you mess up, then the crystal doesn't go up, and they slam... It goes down, I think, and they slam into it. I'm pretty sure that's a one-hit KO. I mean, like, will it look and say, oh yeah, that's good enough? And then raise? Does it have to have, like, 2 attributes? Or more? I guess the best way to test this would be to find someone that really has a lot of attributes. So, for example, we want to find someone that's the most similar. Was Taupe just a coincidence? I don't know. But let's... I mean, like, I guess he is pretty similar to this. The only way he doesn't match up is with the glasses and with the nose. But why is there a second seat if no one can go there? Man, I really wish I watched what happened with Telp. And I know there's a question mark and I can look into it. I'm just trying to, like... I'm trying to get into, like, the actual puzzle solving here. It checks the reflection. And it, like, cross-checks them. But with Telp, it wasn't Telp just, like, 100% the same? Wait a minute. No. I'm trying to find someone that's the closest to what we have here. I don't... Because, I mean, we don't have a guy like this. I want to find someone as similar as possible, right? That way, if it doesn't work... I mean, that's like... That would be frustrating. I mean, he's pretty much the same in that his nose is different, his eyes are different. That's about it. He's got the right hair. He's got the right shoes. Oh, wait, hold on. This guy's almost immediate. He just has to... Wait, hold on. This guy is, like, the same. He's only got different, He's only got different shoes. Right? So, like... They're so similar. But I don't want to get it... I don't want to lose a Zumbini. I mean, come on. And I'm pretty sure if they hit that thing, they just go straight down. I mean, like, the propeller is similar, too. You see that? Wait a minute. I've also got this guy. He's similar in the way of the eyes. I'm gonna pull the lever. I'm trying to figure out why there's another seat. Wait a minute. I do have a guy. Wait, what the heck? I do have a guy. This guy. He's exactly the same. But wait, then how's that? Then what if I run out? Okay, I'm gonna do it, right? So we're gonna cross-examine. I do have a guy that's exactly the same. All right. So, but what happens when we run out of pairings, though? Because we're gonna run out of pairings. Oh no, they reset. Okay. All right, that explains everything. The reset explains everything. What is this hair? We don't have this hair at all. No. All right. So we're gonna do this guy. Okay, so that means that there's like 2 pairs per collection, I would assume. We're gonna do this one, and we're gonna send her over. Yeah, not very complex when I actually understood what you do. We're gonna reset again. Here we go. We don't have any shoes. We don't have any sneakers around, so. We're gonna go for this one right here. See, I can't be too quick. If I'm too quick, then I got a problem. Yeah, see, I almost made the mistake of doing this one for this one, but they're not the same. No. No. Wait. What? I'm being stupid. I'm having a stupid moment here. We don't have hair like this. And we don't have shoes like that. We don't have hair like that. We don't have a green-eyed, drowsy, or green-nosed, drowsy-eyed propeller. Do we have a wheel, red nose, simple hair? We do not. We have a yellow nose, one eye. Propeller, green hat, with a pink nose. No, we have a blue nose. We don't have any sneakers. Not a single one of us have sneakers, and not a single one of us have hair like this. Am I going nuts? I'm embarrassing my— oh, this guy. Duh. I'm so stupid. Thank you for telepathically telling me that. It got through eventually. Silly me. Alright, going back. I remember I'm getting like childhood memories of being way too fast and making sloppy mistakes. And I like, oh, I got the nose wrong, and yeah. Blue nose, red glasses, wheels, green hat. Don't have any sneakers. Spring, drowsy eyes. Wrong thing. Spring, drowsy eyes. Sounds like a D&D character. We're gonna do one-eyed wheel. One-eyed wheelie here. Okay, we're almost there. Making up Zumbinis out of nowhere. They're gonna reset again. It's gonna give me some extra options, and we already know it's gonna have to have these two. So I think a time limit would make this way harder on me. Can I get a time limit, please? There we go. Oh, I have to pull back on it? No? He didn't say anything. Am I missing a Zumbini? Hello? No? He didn't say anything about it. Alright. The rest of you can go.
Search first for traps. So easy to miss. To get Zumbinis across Bubble Wonder Abyss.
Bubble Wonder Abyss. This one. It's got to be easy though. I don't remember the other ones. I don't remember the other ones being so easy, but I mean, come on. This is the final stage. Bubble Wonder. So as you can see here, it works kind of like a Team Rocket hideout. It'll push you in a certain direction. You'll keep going in that direction. You do not want to end up in the hole. Okay, so these are launch points, I guess? So, like, if I were to launch Taupe through here, because of his hair, he would go right into the abyss. And that is not what I want. So, I wouldn't want to toss him... I don't know, like, are these launch points, like, right here? Like, does this launch upwards? Because he doesn't have this hair, so he wouldn't go this way. But someone would. And then they would go this way, and then they go that way, and then if they had... Okay, they would go here. If they had that hair, they would just continue on. I mean, I guess they would continue on anyway. That's already a dangerous path. You can see the rails, or oh, no, you can't. I'm covering it. I mean, like, what we could do is we could send a small hair first to go this way, and then down here, and then all the way to the end. I mean, it's a short route. I'm assuming that this is a launch point, right? Like, you start here. So, like, if I put him here, he would go boink, and then he would go across. Come on, come on, come on. You gotta make it, dude. Oh, man, I forgot how fucking scary this was. Like, cause, like... Oh, man, I thought he was gonna go, like, this way. There's a red star. Okay, so he made it so... I can send every short hair on that journey. Nothing should stop them, right? As long as they've got that hair. I think they can hit each other. I'm not sure. If you've got short hair, you know where you're going. All tiny hairs. Now, if I sent tiny hairs this way, they would have, it wouldn't have been great. It wouldn't have been great. Now, it seems like they do go this way, right? You can see a little notch. So if I send anyone else this way, like if I send Taupe in this one, which is the only way he can go, because he can't go this way, then he would just go here, and then hit this, and then go down this way. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait. What? How? Wait. If I send Taupe this way, he'll go up here, and then hit this, and then hit that, and then go this way, and then because of his hair, he's gonna go right into the abyss, but he can't go this way either, because he'll go right into the abyss. Oh, wait, this thing. I think if you cross over this thing, it swaps, like, the direction. Wait, so if someone were to go across here, it would swap, and that would be a surefire way to the other side. But I would need someone to go first. Someone that didn't have Taupe's hair. So like, if I sent someone without Taupe's hair, they would go this way, and then they would cross over and click, and it would go that way. But then they would go... And they wouldn't take this, they would just go right to the end. So, we're gonna send this person over. That thing better swap, because if it doesn't swap, then I'm lost. There's no other way this can be done. Come on. Yes! Okay, and they didn't go with it, which is fine. That should be fine. We're just gonna... This should be okay. Again, I don't know if the Zubis can hit each other. I don't know if we should, like, send them out yet. Okay, we're not... No, we're good. We're good. We're good. Okay, so I can only send people with Taupe's hair after that happens. Like, I can send Taupe, and he should be fine, but it's just going to swap back immediately after. So we're going to send him over, and he'll just take a shortcut. He'll go right through. He should be fine. I mean, he's literally 1 block away from going into that abyss thing. Okay, so he should go to the end. So now I need to kind of replicate what I did before and send. Let's just send a green hat, right? My main obstacle is this hair spot. This hair bit is going to be difficult though. I have to worry about that with this guy. I'm going to kind of put him over here because that's going to be important for me to work on. I could end up damning him. Like, if I do this wrong, I could end up... If I do this in the wrong order, he could die. I'm just now realizing that. Like, if I do this in the wrong order, and I send the last Zumbini over, and this is clicked to this position, then that's it. I mean, like, I'm not getting out of here with all my Zumbinis. Like, I need to plan way ahead, because that's super easy to miss. Like, okay, how many Taupe hairs do I have? I've got his brother, and the rest of them don't have that hair. So the rest of them are good. The rest of them, but even so, they're still gonna click it. They're still gonna click that. I mean, I could send him over. I could just send him over now, you know. I could send him over now and just kind of get that over with. If I sent him over now, he would go this way, clip through here, go this way, go this way, go this way, go this way. He should be fine. I'm gonna send him over now. It's just the best idea. He's the most vulnerable right now. Okay, so now it is in this direction. Everyone that doesn't have that hair, which is everyone else, should be completely fine. But if I didn't notice that, and I just kept sending Zumbinis over, then he could have been left with the wrong path, and I literally would have lost his Zumbini at the very, very last stage of the journey, and that would have been so depressing. Alright. I'm glad I spotted that. Alright. So now, now really the only obstacle is the Taupe hair. So I'm gonna send this guy this way. He's gonna hit this, and then go this way, and then go... He's not gonna go down because he doesn't have that hair. He's just gonna go straight to the end. Okay, so now, it doesn't really matter, I don't think, right? So, like, I have a bunch of green hats and short hairs. Oh, I guess short hair's gonna care. Okay, I'm gonna send short hair over this way, because he's the only one that's really in peril right now. Okay. So everyone else, if I send down this path, literally no one else can take this path. Like, this path right here, if I send anyone else there, they're going in this. So this is a no-go. So that means that I only have this way. Now, does it matter whether or not they go this way or this way? Not really, because they have green hats. So they should just kind of go... Yeah, they should be fine. I'm going to send them over one at a time, though, because I don't want to risk any overlap. waiting. Oh. Okay. Now this route is way shorter. This is a shortcut. This is such a short route compared. So that means that like every other path is going to be really straightforward and short. Imagine how like stressful this must be, being in like these bubbles above an absolute endless abyss. I do not envy them. All right, so we're gonna have a short route, and then we're gonna have a long route at the very end. I got so many green hats this round. I remember making so many mistakes as a kid, and then having like these Zumbinis slowly drift to their inevitable doom. I would just be powerless. All right. Come on, take us home. No mistakes. I'm as smart as a 29-year-old. Definitely way too easy. I should do like, I don't know, you think like 60 would it make it like, I don't know, let's go with like 50. Yeah, I could do 60. Of course, that won't be this time, but... He's not a... Oh, there we go.
Fortunate for Zumbinis that you are their guide.
How fortunate indeed. Boom. Zombiniville.
Could this be the place they've been seeking? A place
Telp is first. Telp is first. There he goes. Zombiniville. Alright, so yeah, here's Zombiniville. This is where you collect all your Zumbinis. Each time you take a journey and you take more and more of them, this place gets more and more populated, right? So, and more stuff starts to appear, right? And you get more fireworks and whatnot as you build more and more of a civilization. Telp, my boy! I like how they're just standing around like, it's like a new Minecraft world. There's like nothing. They made some buildings. Look at that. That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool looking. Vibes. They got a Telvanni Tower. Alright, so essentially, now it's like, okay, so as you can see, here's the route. Here's the southern route. The southern route goes through here, and it's got a few other puzzles, and then they all just kind of meet up at this camp. So like, yeah, so then I would go and get more. I don't know. Again, I don't know how to adjust this. Oh, okay, so if you do practice, you can choose. What am I on? It looks like I'm on easy, right? Because that's the same color. Yeah. I don't know. It says not so easy, but it was pretty easy. So you can do like very hard in practice. Why does it think that I should be on easy if I'm 30 years old? I'm pretty smart. I'm a smart boy. I think that it should at least put me on oh so hard or something, you know? But maybe I can't change my age, but I can do these practice ones at some point. But yeah, I still have 384 to go, but I've got 16 here in Zoombinyville on my first run. Didn't lose a single one. Not even to the pizza troll. Thank God. All right, so yeah, so it brings you back here. You just kind of go along. But yeah, that is Zoombinis. That's a full-on run. I probably haven't done one since I was, God, I mean, like, I don't know. Probably closer to 20 years. I don't know. It's been a while. But I mean, I did do the first few on my phone recently, like the other week, because I've got it installed. But yeah, I wonder what a speedrun like this would be like. And also, maybe I'll stream doing like the actual hard modes, because apparently it put me on really easy, but it's a good way for me to show you the game. Let's see here. What if I raid and then like people are gonna be like, what is a Zoombinis? That's gonna be hilarious. Or maybe they'll be like, I love that game. That would be crazy. Alright. Let me get the raid ready. We're gonna go to... Let's go to Locke. Been a while since I raided them. I don't know if they're just starting though. Let me see. Nope. Okay, we're good. Alright. I shall raid Luck. I'm probably gonna be live again on, let's see, it'll be tonight at like 8 p.m. No, wait, let me think. Yeah, it'll probably be like 8 p.m. Central Time, I think. So we'll be doing probably some VR chat, and then Sunday we'll be live, I want to say probably 9 p.m. Central Time. But we probably will try to get on a little bit earlier than that. It might be 8. We'll see. Because I know that it's going to be Jared's birthday, so we're going to be doing some dinner and stuff, and presents. But I can imagine that he would probably want to do some VR chat as well, because he really likes doing that. So we'll probably try to fit in some VR chat on Sunday, but we will see. And yes, I got my, at least it seems like my vacation will be confirmed for the end of June. That will be a week of streaming, probably every day. It'll be like 9 streams in a row, probably, if everything goes well. So, more details on that as we get closer. But for right now, I'm going to be raiding Locke. Thank you guys so much for being here. It is appreciated. I will see you guys next time. Bye.